Why was it silence? Why was it silence? Why was that silence? Who knows? It was disconnected. What's up? Hello. Everything's going great. Apparently, I was muted. The Elgato stream mix just decided to disconnect itself for some reason. Also, before I forget, this project is unofficial fan content and is not approved or endorsed in any way by Critical Role. Now, today's been a day, and it will continue to be a day. And I was holding up my phone earlier because I was saying I may have to end stream at a moment's notice, which is why we are going live early and at a kind of weird time. Because they basically told me the gas person could come out anytime within the next 8 hours. And they might just not. They might just not. They might just come out tomorrow. And they could not give me any more specific information than that. So, I also don't even know if it's actually fixed because the plumber did not bring the tools to test to see if it's actually fixed. They're pretty sure it's fixed, but they don't know. So we are going to stream until I have to go. So unfortunately, probably going to be slightly worse stream today. Unfortunately, just because, yeah, I might have to cut it off. I'll basically have to cut it off whenever I get a text that the gas person is on the way. So that's yeah. Can we get an in-home worker interview? Yeah, you want me to interview the gas person? I do not know what I would ask a gas professional. How many buildings you've seen blow up? I don't know. Also, I was saying, if you're not a part of the Discord, join the Discord. I try for any important announcements, I try to mirror it to the community posts, but the Discord definitely gets prioritized, and they get more frequent stuff about like stuff I'm less sure about. So yeah, just love that level of specificity. So much respect. Yeah, and to be fair, they were like, yeah, if there's like a gas leak, they'll prioritize that over you. And I was like, okay, right, for sure. Assuming that there's no like other calls, other higher priority stuff, do you have like a ballpark? Just like assuming that no one else calls in today. Do you have a ballpark of when they would come in? They're like, no. I'm like, okay, whatever. Sure. And even I get annoyed at the 8-hour window BS. Yeah, it's like I get it. I fully understand that if a higher priority thing comes in, absolutely. Like, you know, the time window can change. But just give me something a little more specific right now. And then if that gets pushed back, it gets pushed back. I get it. But no. But no, if you aren't the tradesperson's first appointment, then it is a crapshoot because small things can turn to all day things all the time. Yeah, that's fair. I get it. It's just, it's frustrating. And it just means it's not even like, honestly, I'm not even that mad about it. Like if I was still in my like old IT job, it'd just be like, yeah, whatever. They'll come by at some point today. But it's more because I have to like schedule stream now. You know what I'm saying? So what are you gonna do? With that, let's get into it. Let's make housekeeping short, so that we can get into the content. What's up, Elfpire? Eva? Hello. Okay. I would say this is takeaway. We're in the takeaway section. What's up? We're in the takeaway. I would say there was kind of 3 things to episode 71. It was a jam-packed episode, I would say. And kind of the first segment that I wanted to talk about that the name of the episode is named after, or the name of this episode is named after, is Matt breaking them through analysis paralysis. There was that bit at the beginning with Ashley that was a little bit complicated, and there were clearly like out of game meta reasons for what was happening. But beyond that, I think that Matt did a great job at taking their what I would call analysis paralysis, looking at it and doing a lot of like, okay, so it sounds like you want this, or I'm going to structure this next sequence in a way that still allows you to do things, but is controlling it in a more structured way so that we actually get through it. Which I think is more necessary with his number of players. Like when you just have, 3, 4 players, that sort of thing is no, we're good. That sort of thing is much easier to control, and much easier to just naturally break through, because eventually people run out of things to say because there's only like 3 or 4 of them. But especially with 6, and especially with 7, you really have to. I do really think you have to provide some structure occasionally. And I'm becoming more and more and more, how would I say it? Enamored, I suppose, with the idea of this sort of mini downtime. Like, I think when we think of downtime, we think of it going across an entire day, an entire week, sometimes an entire month. But this idea of like a 10-minute downtime and saying like, okay, you each have like one thing you can do in this 10 minutes. Or we're going to have like a sequence of downtime for 10 minutes. You each have like one thing you can do per minute. And we're going to go for like 10 rounds of that. Or however you want to split it up. You can split it up into chunks of time that most accurately match what you think your players will want to do. Like if they'll want to do things that would take about 2-minute chunks, 5 minutes, whatever. And then you have your overall time, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, what have you. And you then take your kind of chunks of your overall time and you can split that into rounds and then just treat it like you're almost in combat. You don't have to like determine initiative, of course. But I think it really, really helped them like right before the battle really get through that last minute prep. I think that last minute prep would have taken 2 to 3 times as long. 2 to 3 times as long if Matt had not said, okay, you do that, 1 minute goes by. You do that, 1 minute goes by. Like if he had not structured it in that way, he didn't even like maintain that structure very strictly or even for the entire time, but just even having the hint of it really got them through it. And I think he did a lot of more, I would say, subtle things throughout the rest of it. I think that the way that he played the Ravenites, with them just being, I would say, very efficient almost. Like, I did not really get the sense that I normally get from Matt's NPCs, which is like they're, real people that have motivations and will talk your ear off about said motivations. Like, I normally get a lot more of like depth from Matt's characters, which I think is great normally. But I think here he kind of flattened out the Ravenites a little bit, and I think it was appropriate because it really helped them break through those things. If the Ravenites had questioned them more or like offered their own plans or butted up against it at all, I think we would have had a lot more complications. I think it would have ballooned that analysis paralysis a lot more. So overall, from the first part, I think he did a really nice job of breaking them through that. And let's read some comments about what you guys think about it. I really liked how Matt dealt with the clear analysis paralysis they were clearly butting up against. I've never experienced AP, but I've worked with DMs as a PC to pull the rest of the group out. Yeah. And I think it's like there's a kind of balancing act in an AP as well, because Matt can't just, or I don't want to say he can't, but I think that because it is an actual play, he is, let's say, disincentivized to have that sort of, to have like a sort of like over the table comment of like, hey guys, stop thinking about this so hard. Like he can't really, I think it is there's a, oh, in this case I think his analysis paralysis is not actual play. I've never experienced actual play, or I've never experienced analysis paralysis. I feel you. Either way, I think there is a complication with actual plays. But still, yeah. I agree. Has been very good DM from the start of the stream. I assume Matt Mercer. But we're starting to see him consciously work on his flaws, I think, around this time frame. It's not. I think that, like, in general, you get better at DMing as you just do it. But like a sport or a hobby or a game or whatever, you get better naturally by doing it, but you get better faster by actively working on it, I think. And there are some like flaws or some, possible issues that might get worked out in time, but sometimes a flaw needs like conscious work on it. He set the pacing by reminding them constantly of the passage of time as they completed their actions. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, I loved that from the first half. And then the second half, the Vorugal fight. I think there were two kind of things to talk about with it. I think there's the Vorugal yank section, and then there is the Vorugal running away, or lack thereof, section. In terms of the first, Vorugal versus Yank, I said, man, I like this as a reward. I think this is so appropriate for a reward for all their planning and what have you. But the actual, like, moment-to-moment action of two NPCs fighting is, I think, inherently less interesting than the characters being involved more directly. Now, that doesn't mean that it cannot be interesting. I think that Matt puts a lot of work into fights that would otherwise be boring. I think he puts a lot of work into the narrative flavor of them to make them more interesting, but he's starting at a lower starting point. When we're looking at like this sort of like NPC versus NPC, I think. And we had, I think, two good suggestions in the comments, because I kind of debated it during the actual stream of like, oh, man, how could I rework this? I didn't really get to a solid answer. And one of the things that I mentioned was possibly having the party control both Yank and Vorugal. And someone very rightly brought up, oh, but then they know kind of the stats, and that could get weird when they have to switch to fighting them. And I said, you're right. And someone very, I think, appropriately brought up, you could just have the party just control Yank instead of Yank and Vorugal. Then there's like a big incentive to play Yank very strategically, and you're not doing this sort of like playing chess against yourself sort of situation where you have to like pretend to like, do as well as you can against both. Having them control both could get weird, not even just for the metagaming issues. But if you just have them control Yank, I think that can make more sense from a like perspective of, oh, he's the charmed one. So you could either have just Sam Regal control or the entire party. And then they can play Yank as well as they can. And it matters, I think, less that they know Yank's stat block than if they knew Vorugal's. So I think that could have been a good way to handle it. And then you just kind of play that out until they decide to jump in. Alternatively, I think someone else, because I think that has an issue mostly in terms of player count. I think that while that is I think a decent way to handle it and to bring more interest to that sequence, I think that if you just have Sam control it, then that's just him, like a 1 out of 7 players participating in that, which is, I think, a big step up in terms of like natural interest, but it still isn't like as high as I think you could get it. I think that is much less of an issue if you have a lower player count, like 3 or 4. That's more of the party being able to participate in that sequence, just like proportionally. But with 7, I think it's, again, a step up from what they did, but maybe not all the way there. And then someone else mentioned something that I think is very fair, of just pre-roll the battle. So like fishbowl out. Imagine that Vox never gets involved and Matt beforehand fishbowls out the entire sequence. It honestly doesn't take that long. Like, it takes a while, don't get me wrong. Like, fishbowling is not a quick process where you just like pre-roll everything, fight as if it is a real fight. It doesn't take no time, but it's not really that hard. It's not difficult prep. And so then you have that entire sequence fishbowled, pre-rolled, and then you don't have to worry about like, any, I don't want to say accusations, but any like worries about fudging or anything like that. And you have that entire sequence planned out, what happens on every given turn, and then you can just focus on the narrative flavor of it. It actually takes that thing that you need to do for like an NPC versus NPC fight, which is you have to really beef up the narrative flavor to make it interesting at all. And it allows you to just focus on that while still having natural roles to like back it all up. And then whenever the PCs actually do jump in, you just stop the pre-rolling. You just switch back to manual in the moment rolling. And that would also allow you to kind of think through some fun narration ahead of time. You could theoretically script some of the battle, not necessarily in terms of like what the results of the dies are, but how you will narratively incorporate those die roll results. So if you, pre-roll a nat 20, you can think about a fun narrative flash for that nat 20. And it's something you can't normally do if it's NPC versus players because you have no idea what the players are going to do. But if you're pre-rolling NPC versus NPC, you have total control over that. You would have total control over that within the normal play. So it's totally fine to pre-roll all of it. And then you can plan some cool narrative moments. So I was like, that seems like a really, really good option. And it is sort of player count agnostic, right? I don't think it gets better or worse depending on how many players you have. I don't remember who suggested that. Go into the comments of last stream to find it and give them a like, because I thought it was a really, really good idea, and it pairs well with another comment. I think it was from G Hercub talking about like really focus on the narrative flavor a lot. Talk about them suplexing each other over the arena and have like terrain modifications ready. If like Vorugal slams Yank into the ground, have a little pothole sticker ready to put on the terrain so that you can kind of update the map as these two fight. And I think that sort of thing pairs super well into the idea of like pre-rolling everything. So I think that is seeing everything now in what is that? Okay, no, we're good. Seeing everything now and thinking about it in retrospect, I like the idea. I've never pre-rolled a fight, honestly, because I can't remember the last time I had an NPC versus NPC fight that I knew about ahead of time. I can't remember the last time that happened. I'm sure it has. It's not so uncommon, I think, but I can't remember it. But I think if I ever run into it again, that is probably the strategy I will use because I like it a lot. Yeah. What's up, Jonathan? Pre-rolling the battle is absolute genius. I agree. I loved that suggestion when I saw it. Yeah. Yeah, narrate as you go along. No rolling to slow it down. Still allows the party to jump in whenever. Precisely, Jonathan Busby. Yes. Because since you have it all planned out, you can basically just narrate it as if it is a pre-written narrative, because it kind of is. It's just not pre-written. It's just predetermined. And then you can pause it whenever you want. But it can still have that natural flow and that natural flavor because you did actually roll everything ahead of time. Yeah. Pre-rolling feels weird to me, but judging from chat's reaction, that might be on me. I gotta reflect on why it feels weird to me. I understand. I think I had a gut reaction of feels weird as well when I first saw it. Because it feels a little like adjacent to fudging. Because, you see that and you're like, well, the DM could have done, what's to say that the DM didn't just roll until they got the result that they wanted? But that could also happen mid-session as well. So I think it's fair if you think that if you feel weird about it, or if you think your players might feel weird about it, if they see you just going through and narrating this and like not rolling any dice, like if you think that they will feel weird about witnessing that, I think it's perfectly fine to tell them, hey, I pre-rolled this entire battle as if you guys won't jump in. If you don't jump in, I will, go through the battle as like on its pre-written track, but it is also set up for you guys to jump in whenever you want. So even though I'm not rolling now, I did do natural rolling beforehand. I think that's a super fair, not caveat, I guess, disclaimer to give your party ahead of time of being like, this fight was determined by natural rolling. I just did it ahead of time so that for the sake of pacing, you know what I'm saying? Because I really, really, really think that could, I could see that being a thing that people are worried about. But I also think it's a very fair thing to just put a disclaimer out ahead of time, essentially. He always gets very frustrated working with the logistics of a battle while dealing with us. Pre-rolling the battle would solve his problem perfectly. I think that there is you can only pre-roll, I think, the sides of the battle that the players won't impact, essentially. Or at least you don't know when they will start to impact it. And then I think once the players start to impact things, you have to switch back to manual rolling, essentially. I think that's the general way I would go with it. But if you have a segment of the battle that is progressing without your players' involvement, I think it's super fair to pre-roll that and just put out a disclaimer to your players of, until you guys mess with this, it's on a pre-rolled track. I did pre-roll it, so it's all rolled. But it's going to progress without me rolling anything now. And then once you guys start getting involved, that's when I'll start rolling in the moment. Yeah. It is. I swear I looked at the channel 10 minutes ago and there was no stream. Probably confused Strawberry. This was a very in the moment stream. I guess we've been going for 25 minutes, so possibly not. But I put this up and then started live very quickly. I have an explanation at the beginning, but yeah, it was a little bit out of nowhere. Yeah, what's nice about pre-rolling like this too is if it's a bigger battle, you can keep the flow of the other sections of the battle the PCs might not be in. Absolutely. I totally agree there. Yeah. I think especially if you have, say, here, let me just get up a screen share. Let me just get up a screen share really quick. I think if you add a segment, right, where you are presenting the players with, say, a big battle, and they start up here and the battle kind of sprawls out before them, and they're gonna kind of have to commit to, like, you know, charging into the main block or potentially, you know, flanking around the side or maybe attacking like a weaker section. If they're going to have to relatively commit to one of these three, I think it's super fair to have the other two sections, like say they chose the main one, have the other two sections pre-rolled in case they decide to switch it up and like transition into one of the other ones. But so that they can like keep going while they're in the other sections. I think it could work very, very well. Yeah. Especially if you want the roles to be more detailed than like abstract roles. Because I think normally the way that I would handle that sort of thing is having more kind of abstract, like occasional checks of like, this is how this side of the combat is going, and this is how this side of the combat is going. And I just roll like a d20 and update, you know, big health pools based on the results of that d20. Basically a combat skill check. But I think this is another way to do it if you want that those more granular possibilities. I think this is definitely a way to do that. YouTuber cowers before me specifically. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. Doggo wearing extra clothes, extra cute. Oh, is she? Oh, yeah. Doggo wearing extra clothes. It's cold in our apartment. We gotta have them in their extra clothing. Yeah. PCs fight and defeat one section. Perhaps things in other sections of the battlefield didn't go as well while they were dealing with that. Yeah, absolutely. And if you don't want to like write all of that out as a script, if you are really, really into having those things be like procedural, essentially, or like dice determined, then pre-doing all that is an option. Now, I think that, you know, a NPC versus NPC like Vorugal and Yank, I think that is easy to fishbowl. Or, again, I shouldn't say easy. I think it will be necessarily difficult. Now, if you are trying to do tons of combatants across multiple areas with people switching between, unless you're really into fishbowling that type of stuff, like unless that's the sort of thing that like gets you out of bed, is like D&D combat, I think that can balloon into a much bigger chore than you might want it to be. Like, I wouldn't want to do this all the time, and especially not for like super big combats, but for the occasional combat, you know, especially at the big conclusion to an arc, that sort of thing. I think it's super doable. Yeah. I see it. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. I didn't realize it was my affiliate anniversary. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah. If you trust that Matt isn't a fudger, then there's logically no reason to assign that possibility. Yeah. If I think you're cheating, we have a problem. The problem might be your fault or mine, but now the mere suspicion shows there's a problem somewhere. Yeah. It definitely, like, all D&D, anything behind the screen requires a level of trust. It just kind of depends on how far you are willing to kind of throw that trust, I think. But yeah. What's your favorite D&D monster? Kuatoa! I like Kuatoa. I want to take a look at the new monster manual at some point. I also have to look at the new DMG. I still haven't read through it. So I need to take a look at both of those. But Kuatoa is at least my default answer. I love the Kuatoa. I'm sure if I thought about it more, there might be a monster that I actually do like more, but Kuatoa is always my default answer. What I have done is simplify shortcut parts of the battles. Rather than rolling for all 10v10, roll a single die. Yeah, exactly. I think you can absolutely do like a combat check. I've definitely done that before. But I think if you really want that granularity, this is a good option. Yeah. Sharing a brain cell. Yep. Last week we had two groups of NPCs fighting a 1v1. We got involved in one fight, but not the other, and then had to spend a long time waiting for the rolls. I think that's a really good example of something that this sort of strategy would work really well in. Yeah. I think that could really, really work. I And I don't know now. Now that we've talked about it for so long, I feel the need to attribute credit, especially if people are going to start sending it to their DMs. Let's see. How to stop a dragon fight. I have responded. It was pre-roll everything. It was Sputnik 90. Sputnik 90. Pre-roll everything. Matt knew this fight was likely to happen. Pre-roll the entire fight, pre-game, and narratively describe it until the point where the PCs get involved. Thank you very much, Sputnik 90. Yeah. To clarify what I meant to say is that I have many YouTube glitches all the time. I like to think I did something to mess it up and not just random chats. It's all targeted at you, Confused Strawberry. I get it. Oh. Created Sputnik 90. Let's go. Anyways, so I think that was definitely. I don't think I came up with a satisfactory option. Because, you know, when I look at something and I'm like, I don't like this, this is bad, I don't like to say it's bad unless I have an option that I like more. And I couldn't find that on stream. I was like, I really can't think of something that is like, that I think is explicitly better than this. And I think that pre-rolling was explicitly better than that. Save that you have a good level of trust with your players and that they will not feel weird about it. Now, all of that said, huge asterisk, huge caveat. For an actual play where there are relatively frequent accusations of scripting that I think are frankly baseless. But when that is theoretically a factor that you have to contend with as Matt Mercer, I think that pre-rolling may not be viable. Like, I think it is the right call for a home table with the level of trust that Critical Role has, or seems to have at least. I shouldn't speak for them, but seems to have. I think it's the right call for a home table. Is it the right call for Critical Role? I don't know. It's tough to say. Because I cannot. It's hard for me to account for the Twitter of it all. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even know that I can say with my full chest that I think Matt should have done it differently. But I think if we're learning lessons and modeling our play after Matt, I think that is something that we should do differently at home. But for Matt, his players might trust him, but we know the internet does not. And this is definitely like, this has a reliant layer of trust built into it. So, what are you gonna do? Classic internet asterisk, exactly, yeah. For MM at the time, it would probably have been a mistake, yeah. I think it would have been better for the game, but oh man, I can imagine the Twitter storm afterward. If anything even remotely, like, out of balance happened, you would never hear the end of it. So what are you gonna do? And then, second thing, I talked about how second thing with the Vorugal fight overall, not Vorugal versus Yang, but the Vorugal fight. I said I would have had Vorugal run earlier and frankly more competently. Something that I realized after the stream is that Vorugal has a burrow speed. Given the burrow speed, given the snowstorm, if he had run earlier, when I think I would have had him run, being the DM, when I would have pre-decided like a milestone for him to run beforehand, I think it is incredibly unlikely that Vox could have won, given how everything else went. Or not necessarily won. I think they would have survived, but I find it incredibly unlikely that they would have killed him. However, that said, I think people rightly pointed out in the moment that, like, we've already had kind of a somewhat rehash of a boss fight with Umbrasyl to Vorugal. And I said in the moment, I was like, yeah, I really would not want Vorugal to run away and then they just go fight him in his lair. Like, we've done that already. I wouldn't be a huge fan of that. It would extend the Chroma Conclave arc even more. Don't know about that. We floated maybe civilian casualties as a consequence, and I was a little bit, back and forth on it. And in responses to comments, I said, yeah, I think this was probably the correct decision for getting us through the Chroma Conclave. Honestly, kind of the opposite of how I've viewed most of the Chroma Conclave so far, where I have loved individual sequences, individual moments, how Matt has handled things in, like, at a very zoomed in level, but at a zoomed out level, I have not liked the overall pacing of the Chroma Conclave. And I think this is sort of reversed. I think this was the right choice to, in my opinion, fudge a little bit of when Vorugal should have run away, in favor of better arc pacing. I think it's kind of the opposite of how a lot of the rest of the arc is run. That said, someone, I think it was G. Hercup, had a very good point that if Vorugal had escaped, Vox didn't necessarily have to refight him. They did not have to basically rehash what happened with Umbrasyl. Vorugal could have just gone to Amon. Or he could have gotten Vorugal on the phone and Vorugal could have ordered him to go somewhere else. Now we have real fallout and essentially consequences for Vox's failed ambush and their failure to keep Vorugal tied down, in that Thordak has more information, Raishan's betrayal has been revealed, which you could argue that's both a positive and a negative, I would say. And in the final battle, you're going to have to fight Thordak and Vorugal together. Now, I personally think that is a great consequence. I think that's an awesome consequence. Like, beautiful. I think it doesn't result in a lot of repetition, which is something that you really don't want with consequences. And again, when we were talking about it midstream, I couldn't think of a better option, a much better option at least, than repetition. And I'm very much not a fan of repetition. So I opted for, okay, maybe, fudge this a little bit, do something that I don't personally love, in favor of progressing and pacing and not repeating. That said, I think that Vorugal just going to Amon and making the final fight that much harder is a great form of consequence that doesn't invoke any amount of repetition, or at least avoids most of it. Because Vorugal will be a much different combatant when paired with another dragon compared to him being totally on his own. And not in his element. Like, if Vorugal goes to fight in Iman in the fire dragons area, I would expect Vorugal to be substantially weaker. Doesn't have the snowstorm around him, doesn't have all of his favorite terrain around him. He's not going to be weak by any means, but weaker than he was in Draconia. All of that said, big downside that I can see to this is potentially having the players be even, having them be even more hesitant and delaying the end of the Chroma Conclave even more. Now, I think that can be addressed through the fact that, like, the Ravenites could easily report on the position of Whitestone, or frankly, like Vorugal and Thordak could figure it out through some other means. I'm not totally sure how they would do that, but I'm honestly assuming that Matt would have a justification behind the screen, whether that is someone in Iman giving up the location or something similar. I'm honestly not sure. They've done a pretty good job at keeping Whitestone's location a secret. Broadly, Thordak could just threaten a lot of the civilian populations, and they could send a message through Raishan. Even though they know Raishan's a traitor, maybe she still has the orbs, and they could say, hey, maybe we don't know where Whitestone is, but we know where a lot of other civilians are. Come and fight us. Put a timer on it, and that forces them in. Now, that is really highlighting their failure. I think it kind of depends on the tone of the game as to how appropriate that is for your table. For my sort of tables, I think that would be good. But for Vox and Critical Role, maybe. I don't know. I could kind of see it going either way. So I think that is something that I would have preferred at my tables as a DM and as a player. I don't feel confident saying that it is like the right choice for the average table. I don't know, honestly. I think it's so dependent on like your table flavor that I can't quite say. But I think that is for tables that are like mine, where like you really want like consequences to really matter, and for the players to need to come up with, I would say, a correct solution rather than just a solution. Because I think that Vox put in a lot of effort and came up with a solution. But looking at all the pieces on the board, I think it was missing a pretty crucial piece. And therefore, I would evaluate it as not the correct solution. And thereby, I think it deserves some consequences. But that's not necessarily how all tables run. I would say that the way that Matt ran it is a little bit better for what I would call a more heroic table, where putting in a good amount of effort is the prerequisite for something succeeding. Unless you're like way off the mark. As long as you're in the right ballpark, it should. If you put in a lot of effort, the solution should work. I can think of a lot of roles in C2 specifically that people already suspected are fudged because it's too perfect for the story, and those were on camera. Yeah, exactly. So I think that if Matt had pre-rolled everything, it would have opened him up even more to those sorts of accusations. But your use of fudge here reminded me of something, the CR accusations. A lot of people think that anytime Matt Mercer does something different than they would have, it's because fudging. But a lot of times, it's just because Matt made a different justifiable choice. I agree. And I've said before, and I guess to restate it, since I'm using it in a potentially contentious way, I view fudging as anything that changes the balance of the combat mid-flow and was not pre-planned and was not the result of dice. So the DM had a plan ahead of time, and then based on how the combat goes, you change the plan to potentially balance it one way or the other. That could be through changing dice values. That could be through dumbing an enemy down. It could be through an environmental effect that wasn't planned, anything like that. I consider that all fudging, and I am personally a proponent of fudging. I am a defender. I think that it is quasi-necessary if you want to have very interesting combats. That said, I've the caveat that I always put on that is you are fudging correctly unless anyone knows about it. The moment that someone knows about it, you've fudged wrong. Now, I think that your comment, Daniel, kind of gets at the heart of looking at someone and debating if their choice is justifiable. To me, personally, it is difficult for me to justify Vorugal's choice. That's why I consider it fudging, is because I will try to, like Matt has had dozens of enemies fight to the death without trying to run away. You know, like Umbrasyl in his lair. Like Umbrasyl outside ran away, but Umbrasyl in his lair didn't run away. Didn't even try. But I could, in my mind, justify why. I could justify an amount of confidence. The dragon was in his lair. He hadn't been ambushed. He knew that Vox was coming. He had ambushed them. I can justify an amount of ego and confidence there that may have kept him there and made him not run away. It is very difficult for me to make those same justifications for Vorugal's choice. However, that is for just me personally. So I agree that ultimately and this is one of the difficult things and why you have to be careful about fudging and going towards this sort of thing, is because you might think personally that the fudging is not detectable, but you really have to understand your players and how much their meter will spike depending on possible justifications, you know, and how much suspicion you might elicit for certain fudges. Because there are definitely situations you can get in where you personally, as the DM, find a monster's choice to be justifiable, but your player doesn't. And even though from your perspective in that case, you weren't fudging, you made a justifiable decision based on what you think the monster's mindset is. But if your player doesn't think that was justified, it's going to feel like fudging. And that is ultimately a problem on the DM's end, I would say. It is either a problem in your evaluation of monster mentality or your communication of monster mentality. And what your game is going to be like and the tones that it is going to elicit and all of that sort of stuff. So I think I think Critical Role is particularly susceptible to it as an actual play that is drawing in an audience with tons of different table types. I think the typical DM is not going to have to worry nearly as much. You just have to worry about your players, your table, what they expect, what they feel is justified or not justified. And that's all you have to worry about as an at-home DM. Matt is kind of in a no-win scenario. I think one of the reasons that people will always think, you know, maybe Matt fudged here or there is because they have different levels of justification. Someone said it in the moment in chat of Matt might just not have, you know, evaluated Vorugal in that way. He might have evaluated Vorugal's intelligence differently. He might have evaluated this differently. He might not have thought that Vox could kill Vorugal. And that might be because he misunderstood the combat, the damage his players could deal, or it might just be because he didn't think about it ahead of time. There's all sorts of things that are possible. That are a possible world where this happens, and it's not fudging on Matt's end. The problem is that it feels like fudging to me because I evaluate it as unjustifiable. And that's not really fair. That's not fair to Matt, period. But that is something that your players will do to you as a DM, so it's something to keep in mind, I think, overall. My comment wasn't about any specific situation, more broad thing with DMs who assume the way they would run is the only justifiable way. Absolutely. No, I think it's a very appropriate thing to bring up right now. Super, super appropriate aspect of this conversation, yeah. I can justify Vorugal staying due to why he's just being less intelligent than most dragons. My overall problem with that is that less intelligent than most dragons is still pretty intelligent. Like White Dragons, I don't remember their exact spread. I actually think someone posted it. Yeah, White Dragons are 10 int, which is average, and 13 whiz, which is above average. So they've got above average whiz and average intelligence. I would have and to me, if they are at average or above in both of those things, they should have a distinct survival instinct. Now, it really depends on the situation. Like I said, with Umbrasyl, because they were in his lair, he had things to protect. He had maybe secrets there. He got the jump on them when they were in his lair. He was invisible. I can justify an amount of ego overriding the intelligence there, but I don't have those same factors to justify it for Vorugal. Personally, from my personal interpretation of how Vorugal has been run this far. That said, again, there's a very real possibility and situation where White Dragons should be run differently. And that is how, and Matt was running them like lore accurate with how Thordak ran. The problem is, as a player, as an audience member, I did not get that. I did not pick up on any real justifiable reason that Vorugal specifically, from the player's perspective, should not have run earlier. That's the ultimate problem there for me. And so there is a possibility where it is justified with out-of-game knowledge, but especially with in-game knowledge, I can't really get there. So I don't know. How do you think Vorugal, or how do you think Thordak might have reacted if Vorugal did flee from combat? Good point, Mr. Steak. Especially if you want them to have that consequence, you could have Thordak fuck up Vorugal. Like, maybe Thordak is like, come back to Amon, and then he fucks him up, maybe tears his wings off, so that now Thordak is and you could even represent that through essentially reducing Vorugal's health to wherever Vox left him. Like, essentially maintain Vox's progress on Vorugal, but justify it through Vorugal being perpetually wounded by Thordak by the time they actually go into the combat. Maybe he rips his wings off. Maybe he gives him a big-ass scar and, like, fucks up some of his internal organs in a way that he won't heal from in the coming long rests. So that's a way to possibly maintain Vox's progress and still, kind of maintain their rewards while still giving them a consequence. The fight will still be harder. I think that could very much have worked. Didn't think about it before right now. But that could have totally worked. And been very, very interesting. Served to more repeatedly and thoroughly characterize Thordak. I think that could have been very cool. Very cool option. And a way to have the consequence not be so brutal, I think that'd be very interesting, yeah. I feel like the fact that CR is a show makes it much harder thing to do because you have to maintain the illusion of not fudging to both players and audience. Absolutely. Everything about an actual play, even if there are parts of an actual play that can make D&D more interesting, I think it unequivocally makes it harder. Matt has a much harder job than an at-home DM has. And some tools that I think are justifiable for an at-home DM are out of Matt's toolkit. Like, he can't use them. Or else it'll piss off the fan base. So I think there's definitely an aspect of that. Also, unofficial, get banned. Goodbye. Yeah. I feel like the players would be willing to kind of ignore when Matt blatantly fudges in their favor, and the audience might not be willing. Absolutely, yeah. I think you are absolutely right. Yeah. we're dealing with not only one ego, but a coalition of egos and a power dynamic. Yeah, totally. Yeah. The problem is stakes. When the perception that fudging is happening becomes concrete, the stakes drastically decrease. I agree. That is why it can never feel that way, even if it's not happening. That is the ultimate problem with the secrecy of behind the screen. Putting things behind the screen gives you a lot of power as a DM to tell much more interesting stories. If you keep dice rolls behind the screen and you keep mechanics behind the screen and stat blocks and all these things that would allow you to fudge, when you keep them all behind the screen, it gives you more power as a DM to do things that are more interesting and inherently more risky. There are a lot of things that you might want to do as a DM that 1 or 2 dice rolls could result in a team wipe. You might still want to do those interesting things. They might be way more fun for your table, especially if you don't get those 1 in 100 terrible series of dice rolls. But if you're running it out in the open, no screen, you can't really take those sorts of risks because you might just wipe your party in a super uninteresting way. So it really, really, really limits your storytelling capabilities. If you are like, I'm never modifying anything midstream, it limits what you can prep beforehand. Now, maybe that's the way you want to run it. I just think it's a big artificial limiter. And I have a bit about it because I think that people get really hung up on the modifying the values of the die. And I think I think that's fair, but I also think it's an unhelpful categorization. If you really don't want to modify the values of dies for some reason, there are plenty of other ways that you can fudge it to balance things out midstream that are not changing the value of the dice, like when an enemy runs, that sort of thing. So yeah. So I think that it is a thing that has to be handled carefully, very carefully, because it allows you to do things that are more fun. But if it is discovered that it's happening, or if it's detectable, then it ruins a lot. So it's a sort of playing with fire sort of situation, I think. But it allows you to produce much more fiery stories. Would have made for a fucking sick mini. Oh, true. Yeah. I'm 100% sold on this version of events. It does interesting things mechanically and narratively. The Vorugal, like Thordak, like punishing Vorugal, I think that could have been very cool. I don't blame Matt for not, coming up with it in the moment or beforehand or what have you. I don't blame him for not doing that. But in retrospect, I think it could have been very cool. In retrospect. Yeah, or Raishan says, "Get on my back and chase after Vorugal." That's true. I did have a thing in the comments where someone was like, most of VM can fly, and I was like, well, they can't fly as fast as Vorugal. That is fair. Raishan can probably not fly as fast as Vorugal in a snowstorm, but especially if you had Keyleth doing control magic, Raishan could probably keep up. So that is an option. That's also an option, yeah. Could turn into a chase sequence, yeah. When fudging happens as to essentially deny or lower the possibility of player character death, it doesn't pull me out of the story. It tears me from the same dimension as the story. Ruins it. Yeah. I mean, I absolutely understand that. I very, very understand that. But and we got 1 minute before the ads. I'm going to delay it a second. I fully get that. And to me, to a degree, that's what this felt like. Not necessarily that it would have prevented player death if Vorugal ran away early, but it wouldn't necessarily have done it, but it is much more likely that uh that their fight with Thordak would be much more brutal and potentially deadly. Allowing them to knock off Vorugal right now, even if it's not quite justified, to me is an excuse to make the ending fight with Thordak easier. And that is one of the reasons, and like make less complications broadly. Them being able to finish off Vorugal right now is so much cleaner. It presents so many less complications that would be very difficult for Vox to deal with. And that's one of the reasons that this feels so, that I don't like this so much. It's the same core feeling. But again, I think people have varying levels of tolerances to it, and it depends on how well you can personally justify it in your head. Yeah. And what makes it feel as though you're doing that. Oh no! I'm not able to scroll in chat unless we do ads. All right, we got 1 minute. I'll speed through. We got 1 minute. We got 1 minute. We got 1 minute. I think you live or die by dice rolling. Otherwise, why roll dice in the first place? It's about trust and fudging. Is a DM trying to control too much? IMHO. I think you roll dice in the first place to present randomness to the story, but there are situations in which the randomness in which you can put your players in a situation where bad randomness is unjustifiably deadly, like accidentally deadly, in a way that is not necessarily fair. Like the dice are not fair. They do not inherently result in a satisfying story. And if you're trying to do very weird and very wacky things and what's up? Hello, the name's Arnu. I wanted to have a more consistent thank you to the members because they kind of make it all possible. So thank you, everybody. Everybody that watches, but also especially thank you to the members. But yeah. I will wrap up what I was saying and then we will move into the episode. Yeah, I think that overall the reason that I'm a proponent for fudging is because I think that if you are like, if I resolved to never fudge again, but I still wanted to abide by one of my core principles, which is foreshadow danger, I would be very limited in the type of weird homebrew shit I can do. Like making strange environments that I'm not entirely sure on how they will affect the overall balance of the combat. Like, if I set a combat in a null magic zone, let's say, that like prevents leveled spell casting or makes actually, I will reference something that I have done before and that I didn't need to fudge during. It turned out perfectly. But I once set a combat with 2 spellcasters, a half caster, and a marshal against an enemy caster and several minions in a wild magic zone. That was very cool from a storytelling perspective and like drove home a lot of the arc's themes that we were in. But it's wild magic. And I had it to where every time anyone cast a spell, it would trigger a wild magic effect from the crystal in the middle that was emitting the wild magic zone. And that clearly has the potential to go a lot of fucking ways. And I estimated it to where I didn't think it would be a problem, but if they had just rolled the absolute worst case scenario all the time, there was very little chance that they could have escaped. Like, I knew that going into it, that because of how they got into the situation, the way was going to kind of close behind them. They were kind of in a get in and they have to win. And I balanced the encounter to where I thought there was like a 90% chance that they could do this at the appropriate like danger that I had foreshadowed. But there was that 10% that the rolls would really go terribly for them, that the NPC would brutal critical or something like that. And in that situation, I would not have felt that I portrayed this fight and this encounter dangerously enough, and I did not provide them with the appropriate like tools in that 10% case. And so that is why I'm still open to fudging, is because I want to have the ability to run those encounters that are that like 90% chance of going fine. 90% chance of maybe fucking up the players possible. You know, that's within that 90%, but not to a degree that I had not foreshadowed. So that's why I'm open to it. Now, I could absolutely build and, control my encounters to where I eliminate that 10% all the time. But I truly think it would hamper DMing creativity and storytelling creativity a lot more. And I feel like I would have to be harsher on like nat 20s, natural ones, like all that sort of stuff. I think I would have to be harsher because I also view like it's a really common practice, but like skill crits are not a thing raw. And even if you have skill crits in your game where the players get something extra out of a 20, or they get some sort of bane off of a 1, unless you have a pre-written table, and unless you keep the rewards and the detriments really consistent in terms of their value and what they give to the player, I think there could pretty easily be some really common fudging in there, in my opinion. Now, if you play with the sort of rules of like on a natural 20 on a skill crit, you get inspiration, solid. Really no possibility of fudging there. But if it gives you some extra benefit or some extra bane that the DM has to come up with on the spot, that is just inherently opening up the DM to fudging accusations, depending on how the players view the balance of the bane or boon that you gave them. So I think even in really common house rules, there's still the possibility for this. So that's how I view it. That's how I view it. And I think it's very fair, I will also say, to not like a particular type of fudging. Like if you never want to change a die value, I absolutely think you can still have very interesting stuff by not changing die values. But I think you might have to tweak some things here and there otherwise. Yeah. What's the over under the gas person calling right when we start the episode? Uh-oh. Hasn't happened yet. Let me confirm. Sometimes my texts don't update until I open up the text app, which is awesome for a cell phone. Nope, we're good. All right. We're good. Any decision made in the moment is made with context and influenced to some degree by that context. It's a matter of scale. Yeah. It's a matter of scale in all of this, I would say. Because it also, like, how justifiable it is and how much your players may or may not detect it really depends on how crucial of a moment it is. I think that's why, someone brought up earlier that, like, CER still receives accusations of fudging when rolls happen in situations where they are too story perfect. And I think that is just an amazing encapsulation of like what the problem with fudging is. It is when it is too pertinent, when it takes too much of an impact. You can even see it in John's comment. Where was it? Yeah. It's about trust, and fudging is the DM trying to control too much. Because the DM ultimately has control over, I don't want to say everything, but near everything. They have so much control over just the raw context of of the types of danger. They have control over the foreshadowing of said danger. Like, the DM has a lot of control. But I think that John, put it well, of too much control. And I think that, again, when you have those like fudging accusations with CR, it is that role was too story perfect. Because I'm sure that there are plenty of roles that people don't even question that were good, and maybe if you really played it out, they might have had an impact on whether or not Vox Machina ultimately succeeded in the combat or the encounter or what have you, but they weren't as flashy, and they didn't seem to be so story perfect, right? So I think that is a massive component of this, truly. I think that is a huge component as to how justifiable things are, how apparent it is to players. It really depends on the position. And even if you are a permanently no fudge DM, like Matt claims to be, if you're a permanently no fudge DM, even with my expanded definition, because I know that my definition is expanded compared to the typical. But even if you still fall under no fudge with my definition, it's still something you should concern yourself with. Does, this might feel like fudging, even if in my head it's the most justifiable course of action, because I may not have communicated why it's the most reasonable course of action, right? Like, everyone has talked a lot about like how they can justify it for Vorugal. That may be very justifiable. But I have not felt like, as an audience member, it was justified. And you have to be concerned about that as a DM with your players. Because if you do something that they don't understand or they don't see why it's justified, it might feel like you fudged. Yeah. It might feel that way. Even if you didn't. Yeah. I agree, Daniel. I agree. Yeah. We are dividing by 0. I know. I thought I had solved this pre-stream, literally. I tested this so much pre-stream. And no, it's fucked up again. I don't know why. I could have sworn that I figured this out, but no, character cap is 0. Whatever. Especially given that this is a weird episode, I'm not as concerned with it. Yeah. I think Matt might increase or decrease the amount of minions in a fight given the crunch time or other factors. Absolutely. I think that's a incredibly valid thing to do. And that, again, falls under my admittedly expanded definition of fudging as a positive tool. Now, if Matt had pre-communicated to the party, oh, there's going to be 10 minions in this fight, and then they actually get there and there's only 5, even if he has like a line about, oh, it's so crazy how our 5 comrades got delayed. Where are they? That might not be justifiable to the players. You have to do work to justify that within the narrative. If you've already established that there are going to be 10 and then they get there and there's only 5. You have to give justification that your players will believe. Even if it is, again, totally justified. Say you're playing out the world totally procedurally, totally naturally, and maybe the player's actions rippled out and caused 5 of the minions to be delayed. Unless the players understand that, it's gonna feel like fudging, no matter what. Yeah. I fully think, yeah. It was Nan before, so you're at least at a number now. That's true. Oh. I fully believe Matt doesn't lie about the number on the die. I could believe that, yeah. I could believe that as well. Yeah. I don't think he would deny it if your definition was in front of him. Yeah. And I think that really I just have to I just have to justify why I define it this way. Which is because I think that changing a number on the die or changing all of the other things from the player perspective, I don't think they're different from the player perspective as to how they feel and how they would possibly be detected. I think that changing the number on the die has just been a more common way of fudging in the past. So I think it has a larger cultural prominence. That is my claim. I'm not backing that up with any data. That is purely an opinion thing. So if you disagree with it, you'll probably disagree with the rest of my thesis. So take it with a grain of salt, It's crazy. All my minions died of explosive diarrhea. Exactly. Yeah. Anyways, so we're doing a back blaze ad. Skipping the art break, although there was a fun art break at the beginning. that I did not watch beforehand, but I will probably watch afterhand. Let's see. Go to YouTube time code. Boop. Oh, son of a shit. I forgot that I have to be not full screened. I need to make sure that it checks for that in future. Ah! There we go. There we go. Now it's working.
Backblaze is one of our top 2 favorite sponsors. We love them to death. They love us. They are critters. In fact, coming up later, you should stay tuned at the break to see their newest ad. It was made for critters by a critter. Backblaze is unlimited cloud backup for Macs and PCs for just $5 a month. I actually use it.
No! My playback speed button is broken. I changed some of the coordinates. I changed some of the sizes on things, so it must have messed with the coordinates. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Well, we'll have to manually modify things like an idiot. Like an asshole.
All my shit's backed up. Tonight,
DR
I
audio?
prepared
Can do.
a word game for all of you to compete. You're all gonna, you have to buzz in, you have to give the answer, all right? I'm gonna give you 2 clues, like 2 words, and you buzz in and tell me what the words are. Here's a hint, here's a clue. All the answers are the same. Okay, so like for instance, if I were to say the rear part of your chest and what a fire does.
This is Backblaze.
Backblaze, yes, that's right. Okay, that's one. 1 point for Laura. Okay, here the game begins. The opposite color of white and the topmost part of a helicopter.
Black blades.
Yes. Classical composer Johann Sebastian and a hairstyle made popular by Pippi Longstocking.
Box braids.
Box braids. Damn it. Bailey. 2 points.
Is there like a buzzer system?
You just have to yell out.
Sure. Improv roll.
Pages of paper bound together and a climbing or rappel technique.
Bind or repel.
What?
Folder.
Bind.
Book.
Wait.
Oh, book.
Brad. No.
Book repel. Book belay.
Not belay.
Just want to stay alive.
Wow. Is that 2-2? Is that 2-2 right now?
I thought pages binded together. I was gonna say Brad.
Travis and Lauren seem like a delightful couple to play trivia with. They seem awesome. Wait, I should try to do this. Why am I not? I'm missing out on potential stream content. I'm just enjoying this as a fun little treat. I'm not even trying. Maybe that's exemplary of my competitive spirit, which comes out sometimes.
Okay.
That sounds like bad.
This is not a real game. I invented this on the drive over now. Okay, one more. You know what? You guys aren't playing anymore. This is between Laura and Travis.
Okay with that.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to do 2 more, just because I wrote them. Popular Ben Folds 5 song, and the abrasive sound a donkey makes.
Oh, I know it.
Braise.
Go in. Brick braid. Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no! They can't do music? God damn you, Samuel. I don't know Brick. Who? Ben Folds. He's like a music producer. I didn't know he sang.
One more. To get stoned and to get stoned.
Blaze.
It's back.
Bake Blaze. Damn it.
Bake Blaze.
I could have had it.
Anyway, Bake Blaze is an unlimited cloud backup for Macs and PCs. It can back up fan art, fanfic, music, photos, videos, drawings, documents, all of your data. You can restore by mail. If you crash, they'll send you a hard drive. It's amazing. Go to backblaze.com/critical role.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Ba 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 ba. Also, I just realized I should address it. If you're in the Discord, John may or may not have mentioned this, but especially if you're not in the Discord, and maybe he didn't mention it. I don't know. He didn't tell me. And I also didn't ask. It's not. But me and John went over what happened really soon after I started Critical Eyes. This was a breaking news event very shortly after I started Cries, which was the allegations and wiping of any Brian W. Foster material off of CR's platform, including Tox Machina and I believe it was behind the sheets or between the sheets. That all happened right when I started in 2023. And at the time we decided, hey, I'll learn about it when we get there, or when we get to the point where Talks Machina starts. And so Talks Machina, I believe at this point has started, but we will not see it. I am debating because I know that it is like I would say a prominent part of Critical Role and Critical Role history, even though BWF is an absolute shitbag, allegedly, I suppose. Don't sue me. Not yet, episode 75. Okay, but close. So even though BWF is like that, I don't know exactly how I may or may not work it into Critical Eyes. At one point I debated potentially watching some of it pre-recorded with like BWF edited out. But I don't know that. I don't know if Critical Role would be cool with that. That seems like something that, even though it's not, explicitly mentioned in their policies, feels like something they may not be cool with. So I don't, and I also don't know if it would be worth me watching them, someone else watching them and giving me highlights. I don't know. So I will be looking at Talks Machina, debating the, I guess, the value in potentially including it somehow in Critical Eyes, or including parts of it in Critical Eyes, as well as the potential, I guess you might call it, ethics of it. That seems like a somewhat of a strong word, but I do not even want to potentially touch doing something that Critical Role would not want me to do. And I think there's a good chance that they just haven't, gone back and edited out BWF and then reposted it because it's a ton of work. I also think there's a decent possibility that they did not do it because they just don't want anything to even potentially point towards him. Like, man, why is this so chopped up and weird? And then people go and look for it, and then they find out about BWF, and it drives, an amount of traffic towards him. So we're gonna, I'm thinking through it. I'll be frankly probably talking to Mike about it as a more, established critter that's been in the space. That is also, very conscious of what Critical Eyes is, both as a viewer and as a creator. So I'll probably be talking to Mike about it, probably talk to John more about it. So it's on, I basically just wanted to say, it's on my radar. People don't need to let me know about it. But I'm not certain what, if anything, I'm going to do regarding it. It's more of a, I guess, a disclaimer. Lots of disclaimers this stream. Yeah. But yeah. But understand your scheme talks manga. Yeah. That helps your decisions. Some fans have the archives. Yeah. Like I know that the footage absolutely exists, but I want to be very careful about it. And this is the sort of thing where I think I am following Critical Eyes, or I am at least attempting to follow Critical Role's fan content policy. This is something that I don't think the content policy would cover, but I am just using my assumptions of, if I was them, what would I want? And I think it's like a 50-50 from my perspective, and I don't want to chance that. But Yeah, and feel free to, obviously respectfully, discuss it in the spoilers chat. John can summarize the feelings to me, especially because I think that a lot of it could, have to do with certain moments, as to how valuable like even certain episodes might be, because that is a possibility. Is like maybe I just watch Talks Machina off stream and then I discuss a moment from it. I don't think that would be too. That is more what I would think of like on the line of that feels safer. But that obviously requires discussions of future episodes, which could be done in spoilers chat and then summarized by John. So yeah. I don't even know if that's the road I necessarily want to go down yet. So, feel free to respectfully discuss, but I will probably not be making any decisions one way or the other, even based on community feedback. I'm gonna probably have a full out discussion with Mike before I even do anything. Me and Mike talk fairly regularly, and I think this is something that he would be able to provide very unique guidance on, as someone who makes a very similar series to what I do. Mike's a great person, assuming he has the time. Yeah. And I mean, I don't think that discussion would probably air. I don't think that we would post it, but I think I will be able to make it happen at some point in the future. Obviously, Mike's got a lot on his plate right now, so even take that with some, I guess, not grains of salt, but take that as like some indication of I probably won't make a decision for a while, because I don't know how soon I'll even be able to talk to Mike about it. But yeah, the decision would probably be easier if the thing he did were of a different nature. Yeah. For purely legal reasons, he is allegedly a huge piece of shit. Don't think that's super controversial. And hey, if the courts prove otherwise, whatever. But I am, as of what is on the table right now, he is allegedly massive piece of shit. And yeah, I definitely don't want to even even risk drawing more exposure towards that. Now, if the courts did, really convincingly prove otherwise, which doesn't seem likely from what I know of the situation, then, maybe I'd talk about that on stream. But as of now, don't want to risk it. Yeah. Like if it was another Orion, it would probably be fine by most people. Yeah, I mean, Orion, it seems like the worst thing that Orion did to others is potentially financially scam people and maybe be like a bad friend. That seems like, and maybe like had, some jokes that didn't come off well, which I know is a lot of times an excuse for people that have done very bad things. But like the worst joke that I saw Orion make, I think didn't seem at least too ostensibly terrible. It was very uncomfortable and bad in the moment, but it didn't seem to me to be hinting at anything deeper. It seemed like mostly he was just probably a pretty bad friend. And because he had cancer and was on drugs. So, yeah. I think I think it was very reasonable for people to think it's okay to watch Orion. Obviously, Critical Role kept the Orion episodes up. So, they know what happened best. Like, the people behind the scenes know what happened best compared to any of us. I think if Orion was as bad as BWF, they would have stripped the Orion episodes because there are way less Orion episodes. And they would have just put up a recap, And, I mean, they ultimately took him out of the Legend of Vox Machina, but I think if they had really not wanted to even potentially drive traffic to him, they would have taken down the episodes, like they did with BWF. So I feel pretty confident about that. I suppose that's true. Geek and Sundry kept them different than CR. That's true. Was Talks Machina on like a separate Critical Role channel? I actually assumed that Talks Machina would have also been produced by Geek and Sundry. But if that's not the case, then that's fair. That is different. And maybe I can't apply or imply as much from that. We're probably about a month away from 75, so still quite far away. That's true. Started at GNS? Okay. I mean, it still is a separate company, so there's I would think that there is less that I can derive from that, but still, if it started at GNS and GNS took off the stuff, then and they didn't take off the Orion stuff, there's at least something that we can, I think, imply there. That leads me towards certain courses of action. But Talks carried over to CR's channel like the main show. Gotcha, that makes sense. But anyways, yeah, all that is to say, it is on my radar, but I am super not rushing into any decisions, and my default is going to be to just not touch it in any way unless I can unless I am fully convinced that it provides a lot of value and that it is like ethically cool. But my default is going to be to just not. So yeah. I think it was amicably. Anyways. Anywho. Oh wait, I have to keep it but yeah. This next bit that we're going to look at is the tips series from Matt, I think. Yeah.
My first episode of the new GM Tips series is out today.
Yay!
It goes a little behind my screen and gives some ideas as to how you can set up your own GM, circumstance and experience. Mind you, most of it's just fluff. You don't need any of that to run a game. You can just have books, dice, and paper and pens, and you're good to go. But these are just suggestions and an example of kind of the things that I do to run my game smoothly, and you can check it out if you like it. New episodes will be coming out every Wednesday on Alpha, I suppose, and then on Thursdays they'll be going up on YouTube and the website proper. So
Now it's GM tips or GM
tips. GM Matt Mercer. Hey, I think that something that Matt said at the beginning is something that I think I've vaguely hit on before, if not explicitly. But I'll hit on it again explicitly. Mind you, everything that we're doing here is fluff and thought and analysis. Take it all with grains of salt. What you ultimately need to run a game is pals and pen and paper or a very good memory. Those are all you need to run a game. If everyone is enjoying themselves, who fucking cares how it's happening? Just go and play and have fun. Because Dungeons and Dragons is fun, and it's meant to be fun at the end of the day. If you implement my advice and it's not as fun as doing it a different way, do it the other way. That's it. There's broad advice. You need Lima there to have fun. You need Kiva. Yeah. Mega is like the only person I'd watch react to GM tips. Oh, I'd be so... That is something that I could very much see myself reacting to off stream. I don't think, or maybe just in maybe like a members only. No, I can't do members only for it because I can't paywall any of CR's content. So maybe, I don't know. I don't know if it would be just like an off day live or if it would be pre-recorded. We'll have to see. Because I've seen GM tips before. I've gotten like recommended it in just like my home feed. So maybe. We'll see. might be more of a like an eye patch fill-in type thing if I can't do stream one day. Because I didn't, obviously you guys noticed, I didn't have an eye patch for Sunday when I canceled stream. I'm behind on those. I've been focusing on, you know, producing longs to fill the Saturday slot that are like meant to be longs, and not so much the eye patches. Those have kind of gotten muddled in the new like workflow. So I will work on those. The only problem with that is that then they'll go all into the same feed. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I do. But I will get back to more of that eye patch style where it's like fill in type stuff for when I'm gone. Anyways. Matt starts his recap here. I think I copied that already. Let's see. Let's just make sure. Why not? Go to timecode. And
It's balanced breakfast.
Welcome back, everyone.
It's a balanced breakfast. I'm interested in this. I've always said, I didn't talk about at all going up to this episode. I've seen Mike's thumbnail and title for the CRD on this. Honestly, a substantial reason that I kind of want to get ahead of Mike is because that is probably the most, like, Mike almost never titles his stuff with extreme spoilers. It is almost always, it seems like, in jokes, and I don't see them that often, but they do occasionally cross my home feed, and so I try to just like scan over them and not even think about it. But this one I did see was like, this session could have been an email. And I know that there was like a conversation in the Discord about the potential like or dislike of this episode from the chat or the fan base. I am interested in this episode, even if it's maybe, you know, it seems like from other people's perspectives, might not be the most entertaining. I'm interested in it as a cool down episode because Vox has been pretty go. Even the episode that I thought, hey, even the last half of this is going to be cool down, ended up not being. So they've been very go for a while. I think a cooldown could be very valuable. And I'm always interested, similar to like transition episodes, I'm always interested in how Matt not stations that, what do you call it? Balances that to an extent. So I'm interested in it regardless of its, you know, potential subjective entertainment value. I'm interested in it no matter what. Mega caught up with Mike. Is 73 not out yet? Oh shit. Mike, look out. Look out. I'm gonna eclipse you. I've caught up. I'm gonna eclipse you soon. Ah, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I've been wanting to get ahead of Mike for the reason that I just said. Ideally, I'd be like one ep ahead of him. I don't want to get like too far ahead of him. I kind of like us being in parallel, but I make more cries than he does CRD, just because his CRDs take longer than cries does. Needs to get a kid to slow down his content. Whoo, not happening. At least anytime soon. And even has a Chekhov's interruption. That is true. With that, let's start.
I just physically ordered the other torch, so that'll be fixed soon. Because sometimes you just got to do it yourself. Anyway, welcome back. So, to continue from where we left off for tonight's episode of Critical Role, Vox Machina, our heroic players and characters, in fighting their way across the land of Tal'Dorei against the Chroma Conclave, a gathering of ancient chromatic dragons that have torn the current civilization asunder. They've gathered a number of artifacts of old called the Vestiges of Divergence, and recently made allies with one of these dragons, Raishan, the green dragon of the Conclave, apparently interested in revolting against the Conclave's leader, Thordak the Cinder King. A tentative alliance has been forged, and to prove both the stoutness of that alliance, as well as to further your agenda against the Conclave, you all traveled back to Wildmount, to the ruins of Draconia. With the help of the Ravenites, you set a trap for Vorogol, the Frigid Doom. You summoned, using your single gate scroll, from the abyss, Yank, the Goristro, a great powerful siege demon, and basically caused it to battle with the white dragon. Partway through, the encounter got even more intense. You all rushed into the fray, got the crap kicked out of you in a lot of cases, but when all was said and done, with the aid of Raishan, you felled Vorogol, the final shot being landed by Vexalia herself.
Thank you.
You guys have now taken a moment. You've discussed with Raishan to meet back in Whitestone, after which she reverted form and vanished. And you've now begun to collect your spoils and gather what you can of the battlefield at this moment. So that's where we pick up.
Now, I won't even go too much into it, especially as we have established that, you know, some critters can get tetchy about everything happening, you know, where they can see it. So I understand why he might need to loot on screen for home games. Loot is an email. I've talked a lot about speeding up the looting process. Dude, if you can end the session right in conjunction with when they'd be looting, that's the perfect excuse to do it over the table. Just tell them, even if they need to roll, just be like, hey, you need to roll, film, you know, or let's get on voice call. Even if you want to be a real stickler about the dice. Let's get on a fucking FaceTime, roll the die for me, and then I'll email you the loot. Or I'll I'll DM you the loot. Even if you want to DM it to them individually, even if you don't want to send it to the group chat. Determine all of it off screen. I get why they're not doing it, but I think that is a little silly that they're not, frankly.
This week. So, what would you like to do?
Man, I mean, we gotta find Larkin.
Did you have dragon bits you wanted to gather?
I did, very much so.
And some yank, I imagine.
A little bit of yank, a little bit of dragon.
Yeah.
I got a little yank blood already.
You did.
Phrasing, guys.
Well, let's dive in.
Oh, no, I just want to with that already.
Yeah.
All right, so you're heading to the dragon or Yank first?
Dragon.
Okay, so you head to the dragon. Okay, so you guys head over there. You now see like partially crushed with elements of the wall that had crumbled in on Vorgol's body. You see now emerging from the center of the scales in the chest as it lays on its back, slain, its throat torn out by Raishan. A piercing tree begins to burrow its way through the torso of the dragon and bloom outward. Waiting for that process to finish, you bring out your carving dagger.
Yeah,
and
I patiently wait for the tree.
Okay,
I don't want to interrupt. That's rude.
Watch. It grows pretty fast. It's part of the enchantment of Fenris. So that brief pause completed. You go to town with your blade on the dragon's corpse. So let's go ahead and make a check on this. This would be
Nature, right?
Yep.
Finish. Ooh, that's good. No. 28.
28. Okay.
For the looting process, I'm going to go to a higher speed. Because it's possible that there's plot relevant stuff in here. I don't see it being likely, personally. I might slow down when we get to like the spire or like a note or anything like that. But I'm going to keep it on a higher speed while we're just in the process of looting random stuff.
It'll take you the better part of about an hour to really harvest everything you want from this that's usable. And that's with aid from Scanlan, because it's a very big dragon and it's one small blade. So you begin that process.
I can help. I want to go up and carve a bear onto the tree growing out of Vorgol.
Okay.
I may lend my cut dragon-like butter blade to this whole process as well.
Okay.
Can I just pull off a single scale? Is that really hard to do?
Make a strength check.
2.
You spend the next minute and a half going, no, it's not budget.
It's actually 3.
Oh. The next minute and 20 seconds.
Great.
You do manage to find a couple of loose scales on the ground nearby after you've thoroughly embarrassed yourself.
I'll grab one, and then I'm going to immediately start yelling for Tuma. Tuma! Tuma!
Okay. While he's doing that, what are you guys doing?
Well, so the dragon's got booty, right?
Yeah, like a lot.
So I look over and they're like working on the dragon bits, everything's cool. Yank is like melting into the snow, right? Because he's like an elf fiend or whatever.
Yeah.
I take off running towards the layer.
Krog!
I'm going to go with...
Let's take a short rest before we do anything.
Krog!
No, I'm good.
Grog's already run off.
I'm gone.
Scanlan's following.
I'm going to polymorph into an eagle and fly with him.
Fuck. Do you guys have this?
Yeah.
Give me a claw. I want a claw to wear around my neck.
That's gonna be. You're gonna be like Mr. T.
I wanted something
Like
to
the
wear
ridge
around
at
my
the
neck.
beginning of the
Fucking
Flintstones.
something, all right?
Something.
All right, I'll take off on the broom after Grog.
Just scooping up Pike into a bit of a piggyback line and carrying her inside. And we're just going to rest.
Okay.
Yeah, because we got you.
She's thoroughly hurt, but you still have the entrance to the mansion.
That's what I mean,
yeah. So you guys kind of pull into there to rest for a moment. While Grog, as you're running, this eagle kind of comes up to your side and is getting on you a bit. As you come over the top of this one little kind of ridge area, as the ravine begins to widen and head towards the layer portion that Vorgal was using, you see before you a group of about 22 or so armored dragonborn that are currently jogging up the ramp in your direction. As soon as you cross over the top, they kind of come to a slower point, with weapons out, and you see one of them kind of raise its hand. You recognize as Scorp, who you met earlier. Who was, "We've come to aid you."
I'm still raging using persistent rage, and I point over my shoulder. I go, "Dragon that way!" And I keep running past it.
All right. They pick up the weapons and they keep running past you through them. The eagle following closely after.
Is Tuma with them?
Tuma's not with them.
I follow too. I'm following as well.
Yeah, you coast it behind. You begin catching up to Grog and the wayward eagle. You're the fastest at everything right now.
I'm just following him, though.
Okay, so you're staying back at the same speed. Okay, so as you guys begin carving, you begin hearing the footsteps approaching of a numerous dragonborn. The rest of you guys continue down the path. So you begin to see the icy throne, if you.
Okay, speaking of justified or not justified, that's it is justified to me. Fucking D&D combat goes fucking fast. I'm sure that entire combat with Vorugol was probably like less than a minute, just based on how many seconds are in a round. I'm debating if I would have even bothered. Or I guess not if I would have even bothered. I'm trying to suss out what is the point of having the Ravenites coming to join. Is it just to establish that within the reality of the fiction they were on their way? It feels... Oh, man, how does it feel? I guess it goes to establish the distance between the lair and the ravine, but I don't think that's important at this point. That might have been important beforehand, for us to know how much distance there is, because if I'm thinking about it in fiction, how this probably went down is the Ravenites go to tell Vorugol, they see Vorugol leave, they come jogging over, and by the time they get there, everything's finished. That all makes in-fiction sense. I'm debating on the value of including it, other than theoretically strengthening that fiction. I'm debating if that's the only thing it does. Because it feels like it might do more, or it might do less, honestly. Because at first it just came off to me as weird. So I'm not even sure if it necessarily strengthened the fiction until I thought about it more. I don't know. I'm going to have to keep marinating on that one. Because it feels odd. Like, my initial gut reaction is like, that's a little weird. Why? Yeah, why bother? But this is a good example of something, if I'm at the table, that I can absolutely justify in my head. There's no smell of necessarily fudge. No smell of chocolate here. It mostly just feels strange. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you guys have an opinion. There's a real chance if Vorugol ran back to his lair, the Dragonites, the Ravenites would just finish him. There's a chance. Yeah. If they didn't show up, we'd be asking that whatever happened to him. I guess my thing is, maybe I would have. I honestly would have just assumed that they were Craven. Because I already assumed that that was the case. That they were just Craven. Because their aspect of the plan was just to inform Vorugol. So I guess that's the purpose, is reestablishing that the Ravenites are not necessarily living in fear. And that might be important later. I could see that. That it might be important to establish that they are not afraid of committing and getting their hands dirty. I could see that being accomplished by this inclusion. in a way where it would have done the opposite if this had not been included. Okay. I think this is just flavor. It's flavor that adds NPCs and complications. Like, that's sort of the... Like, I praised how efficiently Matt handled the Ravenites in the previous session. This seems to add a complication layer and a potential pace slower, which, as I say it out loud, maybe you kind of want to slow the pace. I did talk about having a slow session. So maybe that's good. Maybe introducing NPCs during the middle of the looting sequence is nice to slow down and provide interest to the looting sequence. Because maybe I should give more details. I think my actual gut instinct is why now, not necessarily why at all. Like, why in the middle of a looting sequence? My instincts are to get through the looting sequence as quickly as possible. But if you are very purposefully trying to slow down the pace and give them a bit of a breather, and if you have to do the looting sequence on screen, it might be nice to inject some NPC interaction into that looting sequence to provide some narrative interest between the boring dice rolls and the accounting on your character sheets. Like, I always say, you want to try to not necessarily mitigate the accounting. It's pen and paper at the end of the day. But get them back into the game between the accounting. So I could see this being good there. I could see it being good there. Okay, we're good. So yeah. And this is also me debating, like, if there is a reason that I would consider good and justified. I know that Matt just has a real instinct for playing things out however he thinks they would have played out, regardless of if it's necessarily good for the pace. And so I was debating, does it accomplish anything in the pace? Is it good? Why would you do it if you were maybe purposefully modeling Matt here? Like, is that only good to provide more depth to the fiction, to make the fiction feel more grounded? Because, like, I think the pure excuse of making the pure reasoning of making the fiction more grounded, I think that can work. But I think that people use it as a default, like that it is always an appropriate reasoning, and I vehemently disagree with that. I vehemently disagree that just grounding the fiction is always 100% of the time that always provides justification to anything. So I'm looking for maybe additional justification. And I think I can get there on, like, providing interest to the looting sequence if you know that you have to do it. Yeah. Point raised about Matt Vox loot. I know for you, looting is not additive to the story, but for Vox, they turn it into character moments. It's not just you get this, you find that, and the like. I think that I can see what you're saying. I think this is sort of like, I think this is a similar point to when I was talking about the Vorugal Yank fight. And I even brought up the Grog Pit Arena fights in Vasselheim. And I think that this is another example of just because Matt can make something good, like he can pass the bar on it, does not mean that the baseline he's working off of, like, doesn't mean that those are all equal. Like, I think that an NPC versus NPC fight, without doing all the stuff we discussed at the beginning, is going to be inherently Like, you're starting at a lower ground of interesting than a different circumstance. And I think the same about a looting sequence. It's not necessarily that a looting sequence can't be additive. More of what I would claim is that you are starting at a lower sort of base level. Like, they work character moments into everything. This is not a infinite pie that we can just continue chopping out of forever. You know, they are making, and we're all making, whenever we do a session, there's a limited amount of time. And so I think that prioritizing spaces that are going to be the best for character moments, or at least above average for character moments and for interest and all of that sort of stuff, I think it's better to prioritize those and to try to cut out the things that have that lower base level. And so I think that's what I would more go towards claiming with looting, is that it has that lower baseline. Even though Matt and his players do well with it, I think that's more of just a compliment to their skill than an actual justification for looting versus not. Because if they didn't loot here, that would be replaced with something else. It's not just like it would be dead space, you know. It would get something else would get slotted in. And I will read the comments during the break. We have a break coming up. It's in 1 minute. I'll try to speed through. I think it's to establish they're loyal and kept their word. I think my point is, I don't think they said that they were going to show up, did they? I might be misremembering, but my memory, there was no promise of them showing up. If there was a promise of them showing up, I think that would be even more justified, and I think I still got there in the end, but it feels on brand for Matt in trying to have verisimilitude. Yeah, I think he does a lot. It definitely feels on brand. That is no question. It feels very on brand for Matt. It's just, yeah, to me, it's a question of if that brand is good in this case or not, or in my opinion. Also another social encounter for them to, given the table, mess up. Yeah, and I think that that's where I get to, in that if you insist on having the looting section, I think it might be nice to inject this social encounter in the middle of it to kind of what's up? Hello. Personally, I'm a pedant, and if I didn't include something that makes lore sense that it should happen, I'd feel not good. I think that is fair. This is something where, and maybe someone clarified this. And I think it depends. And that's why I think this is ultimately good. But this was not necessarily like, this is something that could have made sense. But I don't think we got like necessarily like pre-justification as to whether or not it would go either way. Like beforehand, I could see the Ravenites absolutely not wanting to get involved in case Vox loses. Like, why would they be risking their skin for Vox? They don't really know Vox's power at the end of the day. So I can personally justify it either way. And I think that the direction that you justify it as a DM should try to be in the more interesting direction. Or if you want something in the future, you know, that might direct you in the present. But I mean, I think that if you're really convinced that like they were going to come and help no matter what, then yeah, he should probably include it. I'm just not 100% convinced. I was also debating, should he include it now? Because again, we don't really know the distance between the two. We don't know where the Ravenites would have gone in between. Like, did they go straight there? They probably didn't show up with all their weapons and armor to Vorugal to tell him, right? They probably showed up just dressed normally. So they theoretically would have either had to stash the weapons and armor somewhere close by or go all the way back. Did they hesitate at all? Like, there's a lot of stuff that I can think through that might justify them not being there right at that moment. So even if I get there of like, yeah, they were definitely, some group of them was going to go and help, it's like, okay, why are we placing it right here, right now? And again, I got there in terms of justification, but even if we're looking at things that make sense, there are a lot of ways that you can do the same thing in different ways to potentially evoke different effects. Like if they even like, I'll give a really easy example of like a possible alternate way this could have gone, of like Grog and all of them find the Ravenites like hyping themselves up, being like, yeah, okay, we're gonna go do it. Right. And they don't even like notice Grog and Scanlan and Vex like walk up. That's a different way of communicating the same thing. Or if even potentially they don't even show up until way after the looting sequence, like they took way more time. And Vox is like, why did you take so much time to get here? And maybe they make a bunch of excuses, and then they love to roll insight. So they roll insight and they discover, yeah, they weren't sure if they were going to show up or not. You know, all of these extra things are, I think, possible other iterations. So it's also a question of like, why, not only like why do it in general, but why do it now in this way is also what I'm sort of thinking about in this. Even if you have YouTube Premium, you don't get to skip the break. I mean, unfortunately, I have to take like bathroom breaks. Did you get like a live ad with YouTube Premium? I definitely thought that with YouTube Premium, you wouldn't get one of the live ads. That would be interesting. I didn't know that. If that's the case. There's no real way to do that for a live stream unless those with ads just didn't get to see content. Oh yeah, like I still have to take breaks. And I don't want people with premium to get served ads during the middle of content. Honestly, I considered it. If it started them where they left off, I might actually do that and then people could just put it on a higher speed and catch up. But the way that it works is you get served an ad, and then it pops you back in as if you were watching the stream during the duration of the ad. Which then means that like the viewer would have to like rewind and like try to find where they were and then speed up, and that's a whole thing. So I take regularly scheduled breaks for me to go to the bathroom and get water, and then I play the ads during that. Yeah. Did I just see a comment get deleted in real time? Maybe. I didn't delete a comment. But I guess I don't know. Oh, message retracted. Oh, yeah. If it's message retracted, you might see it, yeah. Don't they like accompany him for hunts? It would make sense they'll be geared up. Maybe. I don't remember that. Possibly. I don't really remember that exactly. Alerts the dragon while Group B is lying in wait. Yeah, that totally could have happened. Yeah. So my thought process is not only just, again, it's not only why do this in general, but what does doing it now in this way communicate? And is that what Matt meant to communicate? I don't know. But it's something that I kind of log in the back of my mind of like, okay, it seems like from my understanding of the situation, it seems like they were pre-decided to come and help Vox, and that either there was a separate group lying in wait, or they hid their weapons and armor close by and then came to help, like pretty immediately, which does communicate some things about them as opposed to doing it any other way. That communicates some additional things, yeah. You don't get an ad, but you do get the break screen. Gotcha. Yeah. Since I know you need to hydrate or dehydrate, gotta hydrate or dehydrate. But, anyways.
Where Vorgal had placed as the new layer in this northern portion of the ravine. You guys that are staying behind, you're inside the mansion. You two, as you're carving your way into the dragon, all of a sudden you hear the footsteps and a bunch of these dragonborn, armored, but looks to be scavenged pieces, kind of piecemeal, leather hide, with metallic bits, armor, weapons, definitely not of the highest degree from what you can tell. For some, though, some are ornate and seemingly unused, maybe scavenged from the fall of Draconia. Approach and kind of slow in their jog and look over at the destroyed corpse of the dragon.
Hi.
Things went well.
Man, how long of a jog is that?
They all just kind of look confused at each other and start talking to each other in a language you don't understand.
No.
Man. Oof, Bex isn't here.
No. All good. Good. Yes.
They nod, and Skork kind of gives like a respectful nod, and they all approach the dragon's corpse and start hacking into it.
Wait, no.
I'm just...
Want to point it out. You all, the sun goes down, all of us, drink.
Speaking of adding interest to the looting scene. That's great. Yeah, a lot, and that is the other layer to this of even if it's an in-fiction grounding thing, can you use it in other ways? Can you use it to accomplish more, to do more with less? And I think that Matt is absolutely doing that here. Injecting it in the middle of this looting scene that he has to have allows them to have these a little bit of additional, like someone said earlier, character moments. Like, you can have just natural character moments while they're looting, but this allows for some additional funny ones, levity, a little bit of breakup to the pacing. I like it. Yeah, sharing.
Back there. Go back. Everything's fine.
Skork takes 2 steps forward and goes, I understand and speak.
Why didn't you say something? You're just standing there. You're just making me very nervous.
Look, we have come to aid you in the battle as promised.
Oh, they did promise.
You have seemingly done well without our presence. So, let us all harvest the uses of what remains of this beast.
Yeah, there's enough dragon. There's so much dragon.
Harvest gently, though. We're trying to keep as much of it.
Just let me. I'm working right here on this area, and Vex wants a claw. So,
and take what you wish.
Trust me, you don't want to disappoint her. So.
We are interested in hide and meat.
We are interested in scale, tooth and claw, and maybe some eyeball. So that works out very well.
And blood.
We'll have some teeth and claws as well.
That's fair.
Sure. Yeah.
Not Christ!
And all of them rush up and start hacking into the soft portions of the underbelly.
That's fine. That works.
Sort of that have been exposed from where you guys have left large wounds and such, and basically starting to carve huge bits of dragon meat.
Mind the tree. Mind the tree.
One of them was going for the tree and stops, like, and then looks very confused. The tree wasn't piercing through the dragon, but is rooted inside of it. And they all kind of take a moment, start carving around it. It's a very awkward kind of. They don't know what the hell happened. It looks very strange from an outsider perspective, but they're trying to adjust best they can.
Newtown Square will be built.
In the meantime, the three of you guys coast down towards the lair. You can still see all the ice spires that are jutting out from portions of the snow. The various dragonborn corpses still adorning a number of the spires. As you begin to approach the throne of Vorgal, you can see there's a group of about 15 or so dragonborn currently there that are just starting to kind of climb up and get to that portion to inspect. You see.
Also, I don't think I mentioned it at all. Maybe because I didn't think of it. I don't know. But I do like the aspect of freezing all of Vorugal's loot in, I think you call it Vorugal's throne in the lair, right? Having it all frozen underneath there, I like a lot as a sort of I don't want to say impossible, but a pretty sturdy defensive measure in the short term, but a fairly weak and destructible defensive measure in the long term, especially if they kill Vorugal or if Vorugal moves, you know, because it seems like, especially with the snowy climate not being the native climate of Draconia, even if Vorugal just leaves, ostensibly, from what we know, the throne would just melt. So all of that loot would be freed with basically no extra work. And on the scale of a combat, you know, a minute, you'll have to put in some resources to get that loot out. But on the scale of minutes, you know, dozens of minutes, hours, ice isn't that hard to get through. I think it's at least possible to sort of isolate and then maybe heat up the remains with like keyless flame hands or something. So I like it. I like it as a barrier because it serves like as, again, a barrier that they would have to spend resources to get through in the short term, but is basically free in the long term, which is I don't want to say necessarily a rare balance, but I think it's a good thing to keep your eye out for. Because a lot of times, if you have a like an objective, say, like a MacGuffin, and you want the party to stick around for a combat encounter or a social encounter or what have you, and it would be possibly easier for them to just grab the MacGuffin and hoof it. But you want them to do your cool social or combat encounter, it's worth noting down these sorts of barriers that can hold the party in place for the duration of an encounter, but don't require anything special outside of an encounter. And it can even go towards increasing the, not necessarily stakes, the tension of stealth sequences. Because stealth sequences kind of live in that gray area of timing where you have more time within a stealth sequence than you do in like a combat, like more like literal raw time. But a lot of times, making noise or, you know, doing anything will make you short on time. So the barrier in this case provides like a natural timer of like, fuck, we gotta get through this before the people show up. And it's something that is get throughable. It is something you can get through. It'll just take some time. And that's great for a stealth sequence or a sequence where they've gotten ahead or they've delayed an enemy and now they're trying to get out. So I like it. Freezing stuff. I'm gonna keep it in the back of my mind. Now Never heard Travis say that before. A dragon skeleton with a tree growing out of it would be a badass town center. It would. It's like the sun tree. We've got a new special tree. Yeah, it would be badass. Yeah. What's up, Epster? What's up, Epster? Personally, I think Matt froze Primaria as a lore thing, but works either way. Again, I mean, again, things can be lore things. But I think it is worth also separating them into what is a lore thing that is doing other stuff and what is a lore thing that is just there as a lore thing. Because one is more valuable. You know, one is more dense with value. Whereas the other only accomplishes a single thing. Are the Dragonborn eating dragon meat? Is it like human eating chimpanzees? I guess it depends on the origin of Dragonborn in your setting, I suppose. Is Def set dressing? Oh, yeah. The image of an isolated, snowy ravine with an enormous white dragon corpse and a gnarled tree growing out of its neck, slowly decomposing. Yeah, it does look cool. It does. Oh, fuck. I lowered the camera too much. Oh, no. La 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 la. Lore without reason is a bit worthless. You know, I don't find myself fully agreeing with that. Almost used later as foreshadowing. Yeah, yes. I think more of my sort of, or I guess more of what I'm getting at is that it is not, I'll use that term again, like dense with value. I think it can have value either as foreshadowing or independently, depending on the table. And depending on how much possible lore you give them, like over the table or outside of it. If you're giving them like a 20-page primer before they even join the campaign, or if you're playing in a setting that you all know really well already, you know, maybe you know the value oscillates a little bit. But I'm more just highlighting that it is not as dense in that moment. And so you have to have, or not have to, but I think it's good to have extra reasoning other than just, you know, other than just its lore. Yeah, I mean, I think Ross, you're kind of referring to, I would say like foreshadowing there. Right, I would say that's similar to Daniel Grace of like lore without reason can almost always be used later as foreshadowing. I think that is the lore isolated, right? Just sitting there. Like if Matt gave us the history of like Imanian naming conventions and it never came up again. He just took 20 minutes during the session to give us the history of Imanian naming conventions, and it just didn't matter. I don't even know that I would necessarily call that worthless, but it's very low. It's very, what's the opposite of dense? Spacious. I don't know. Very thin in terms of value for the time it's taking up. But if you can work it into later plots, if you can use it later as foreshadowing, even if you didn't plan it as foreshadowing, if you can use it later and like retroactively essentially make it foreshadowing, that definitely adds value to it, even posthumously, essentially. Or maybe not posthumously, retroactively, yeah. So that's where I get into the mindset of, is it doing anything extra in the moment? Is it doing anything retroactively? All that sort of stuff. And this isn't even to say that like 100% of your sessions are going to be value dense, you know? You're going to oscillate as a DM, as a table, day to day, session to session, depending on how you're feeling that day, depending on how much time you had to prep. But I think that keeping these sorts of things in mind can help you kind of raise the average, you know, take it from like maybe a good session to a great session, possibly. Yeah. For the sake of lore can be overwhelming and take up time, they can be better spent building character and relationship. I think it's all about taking up time. How much value does it add per like minute spent? Essentially. Same thing with the looting that we were talking about earlier. I think looting, yeah, value thin. Could that time have been better used? Now, that said, like I said, I think it's appropriate for Matt to do it for the sake of the actual play. And I think he's handling it well of injecting some stuff to make it more valuable. You know, adding value to the looting sequence by involving the Ravenites within it, potentially introducing disagreements or question marks from the Ravenites that maybe Vox doesn't want to answer. I think there's a lot of value that is added to the looting by introducing the Ravenites in this moment. Yeah. The way I like to do it is A, name a thing. B, players notice and make fun of the name. C, creating a naming scheme and pretend like the naming scheme is always there. That's the best way to do naming. Yeah. One Piece is a great example of a story without useless lore. The One Piece SPS tends to have a lot of useless lore, but it's separate to not distract from the story. Yeah, like you could have like a world anvil that is there for your players to peruse if they wanted to, yeah. I think I don't see lore as the same as others here. Potentially. Yeah, we could be operating under different assumptions here. Like, I think that if I had to explain my thought process on like when we're talking about lore here, I'm viewing like Vorugal freezing the treasure as flavor and lore about like how white dragons operate, right? I think that is very much like you could see that as kind of a lore drop, and that could operate as foreshadowing later if they ran into another white dragon. They might know later on, hey, even though we can't see the dragon's horde, maybe like the floor of the dragon's lair, wherever they are, is made of ice, but it's all covered with something, or it's scratched up, it's occluded. And this, Vorugal's lair, could serve as lore foreshadowing for them to ultimately find that treasure later. But if they never encounter another white dragon again, I think that it is still lore, but it is much thinner in terms of its value in the moment. Because it's not doing anything outside of that. Now, again, I think that the ice provides a very cool barrier. Like, I think it provides value in that way, totally separately. But that is it being lore building and, like, mechanically impactful simultaneously, not necessarily connected to each other. Potentially. Lore and world building feel like different things to me. Oh, interesting. Maybe we're all operating under different assumptions. I consider lore to be more about history, while world building is more cultural or geographic details. I think that's a fair distinction. I think it's tough for me because, and this is maybe revelatory. Revelatory? Yeah, fuck it. Why not? I think this is revelatory about my mindset. Is world building is both a noun and a verb. And so I think that the noun of world building is, I absolutely agree with what you described. But I also think that the verb of world building goes towards creating the noun world building and creating lore. Like, the process of creating lore, I would classify as world building. Now, you know, that's all just my internal gut reactions. I don't know if that's the most useful ways to think of them, but I think that is how I instinctually think of them, yeah. In my head, lore is the blueprint of how the world works, as in how magic works, countries are structured, things like that. Yeah. So, I mean, I think that sort of, that fits with what I was thinking about the white dragon of, like, this is how the world works. This is how white dragons hide their treasure. But I think that I kind of come to the fact that, like, there is infinite lore about how the world works. Like, in the modern day, we do science to essentially discover lore by that, definition. So there's infinite lore that the GM could deliver. So lore needs more justification than just itself to necessarily, or actually, I take that back. It doesn't need more justification. I do see value in, like, if this is just how white dragons work in this world, then by the very nature of including a white dragon, you kind of have to include how they work. I can get down with that. Now, I will sort of add on to that I think it will, or I think it is a good practice to, when you are world building, because to my understanding, this is not inherently how white dragons work. I could be wrong. Actually, I'm you know what? I'm curious. Why not? Ancient, because I think it's possibly relevant to this discussion. Ancient white dragon. Does it say that they? Okay, I will note immediately. White dragons lair in icy caves and deep subterranean chambers far from the sun, etc., etc. Do they? Does it say that they freeze their loot? It doesn't appear so. Icy walls block off areas in the dragon's lair. So this is how Rhymefang was structured, was the icy walls. So I think in this case, I would say that Matt world built, I would say he world built extra lore, and the process of world building extra lore can just be a fun thing for you as the DM. I ain't gonna begrudge a DM that, no question. But I think it is more useful when the extra world building or the homebrew world building also accomplishes other things. Like, I think that the extra world building that is, it doesn't appear so unless I'm skipping it, because I am skimming this. Unless I'm skipping something where the Ancient White Dragon does always freeze their loot. I think that Matt's additional lore, like the lore that he added on to the White Dragon, I think it's a really good addition, because not only is it relatively just interesting lore, just on its face, but it also accomplishes something mechanically. I think it presents an interesting challenge and factor to his players it makes sense, it's grounded, it feels right, and it provides this additional mechanical sort of effect by freezing it as opposed to just having it piled. So it's not necessarily that it isn't lore. I think I would just call it more valuable lore. And not to say that lore has, like, inherently zero value. If we say that, lore has like a base value of, I don't know, 1 out of 10, on a negative 10 to 10 scale, it's like a 1. Just having it is nice. I think that providing it with an additional mechanical sort of bit raises it to like a 5 or a 6, kind of depending on how interesting that mechanical thing is. So it's kind of like everything that we've been talking about so far. It's like additional value density. Like, these things can be valuable in isolation, but you can make them more valuable by world building them in clever and mindful ways, I think. Yeah. The lore is about as ill-defined and misunderstood as fudging. Yeah, true. I see the ice thing as a detail more than lore. Okay, sure. I can see that. Like lore is more like broad strokes. I can see that. Two noodles in a soup. They are two different things, but all tangled up and blur together unless you very meticulously pick it apart. That's a decent analogy. Does that make scientists world builders? Because that's badass. I'd say so. Or at least world explorers. Archaeologists. Yeah. I view lore as anything that isn't directly related to the story. Ooh. And something that can't be affected by the players. Ooh. That's interesting. That's an interesting distinction. I think that could make it like having that more constrained definition could be useful for like thinking through it. But I definitely don't think about it that constrained. Especially because a lot of times my stories are so bound up in the world building and I don't think about discrete arcs all that often. But I could see that thinking about lore in that way and being like, I'm going to build lore today could actually help in presenting more cohesive stories if you kind of separate it out that way. I could see that being beneficial. A beneficial way to think about it. Yeah. Everything's a bit nuanced in the end. Yeah. It seems like the classic improv technique of next most logical step to me. Matt is taking the info given by the monster manual and yes-anding it basically. Yes, and I think that even more than that, he is yes-anding it in a mindful and clever way, which I think you can extend the improv analogy for. Like you can yes and into anything, even things that either don't make sense, or I think more commonly are just kind of boring. I think this is like a lot of times what bad improv feels like is when you yes and you theoretically follow all the rules, but the thing you yes and into is just not that funny. And that, I think, analogy can be taken into here of Matt could have yes-anded the monster manual into saying that, I'm trying to think of a good but boring thing that he could have yes-anded it into. He could have theoretically, I think this would have been worse. I don't even think this necessarily would have been bad, but I think it would have been worse. Is he could have layered the loot. So it says that they have the Icy White Dragons things have like all of these walls, like each wall is this thick, whatever. He could have layered the loot from least valuable towards the exit to most valuable towards the inner area, like where the dragon actually is. And I think that is a theoretically logical yes and, but I think it makes the dragons much dumber, which maybe that's something that you're going for. But even more pertinently, I think it would be a pace killer. You know, if they're constantly like looting these things as they break through each successive wall, I think it would be a total pace killer in justification of this additional lore. Whereas I think that Matt just taking it all and freezing it in a giant ice block is also a reasonable yes and I think adds some benefit or adds some value to the pace and to the way that they interact with it. Yeah. It feels like using the word lore is a subjective value judgment. Yeah, true. Absolutely. Description that is put in the game without any story relevance is always lore, but stuff relevant to the story can be and often is lore too. I think that's fair. I think even stuff that is just confirming what the players assume about the world anyways, like there is farming somewhere, is lore. It doesn't have to be something interesting. It's not that it necessarily has to be interesting, but and it doesn't have to be anything. Yeah, I think that like lore existing at a base can just add value. But I think that there are ways to structure it to where it adds more value, right? Even if it is seemingly uninteresting, just confirming that there is farming somewhere could be more or less valuable depending on the context. Like if you find evidence of modern crop farming outside of Iman, like, you know, days old, like they very recently plowed, that would imply something cool that that Thordak is allowing people to get back to building society, that he isn't just destroying it and turning it into ash and ruin. He does want to allow them to start building back up value. If you found, you know, evidence of farming right outside of Iman, evidence of recent farming. But in another context, that could add basically zero value and just be like taking up time, or add very, very little value. And it could have been better to take up that time with other things. Hold on to the layering thought. Uh-oh. We'll see.
First, before anybody else does, one of them appears to be Tuma, who is walking with this kind of like gnarled staff that she keeps at her side, and they're all kind of approaching and climbing up the sides of the throne to get to the top.
And I shout out, "Don't go up there!"
Yeah, you shout that. There's like a moment of pause, and then all of them turn and kind of look in your direction.
And I fly down close to Tuma and say quietly, "Thordak has means of seeing through stones up there. If you go up top, it's possible he'll be able to know that Voragol has fallen. He might already know."
This is good to know. Korak, he's fallen. And the Dragonborn around kind of slowly pull back, which you understand is her saying, "Hold off." Words of warning. They all pull back and kind of gather around you, and they all stand kind of awaiting what this conversation is going to entail as Tuma steps forward to you.
So, you might understand then that the dragon has fallen.
Yes.
I'll drop my form and throw the scale in front of her. It's done. There's your fucking dragon.
She looks over at the rest of the people who are all kind of looking towards her for confirmation. She goes,
You came to us with words. You stood behind them. You display honor and honesty, things we find rare in supply outside of our people. Us, the Ravenites, survivors of chain and frost, are now truly free. We thank you.
We thank you.
But we'll need something more than just thanks. We have 2 requests to make of you. 1, this is not the final fight. There will be more. And unlike this fight, we would expect your aid in the next one. Is that something you can guarantee us?
I am curious as to what you require from us.
We don't know yet, but you have many men, and they seem like good fighters, so we may call upon you in the future.
Against what foe?
Thordak, the Ancient. He was commander of all of these dragons.
you can see her face immediately goes a little, from that calm, welcoming, kind of elated expression she had a moment ago to this guarded, kind of retracted position where she shifts her weight under the back leg. And
you are not beholden to us. We ask this of your own free will. All of Taldore is at risk.
We are not an army. We wish to help in this fight, for we had a stake in it, both of us. This was a mutual arrangement. You owe us nothing. We owe you nothing. But we are not ready to continue the fight immediately with a more dangerous foe than this one.
Hopefully it won't be immediately. And might I remind you that you did not help us in this fight. We did it all by ourselves.
Who do you think arranged through previous conversation to send the dragon your way into the trap that you had sprung at my suggestion of the place of proper and most conventional and helpful circumstances?
It's true, Scanlan. They did help a lot in that regard.
We may not have the might to finish the dragon.
You told us that you would have men there to help us, and there was nothing. We almost
sent
died.
men your way.
You knew when the fight was.
We knew when to begin the fight, but we do not have means of traveling as fast as a dragon.
I'm running around like a cracked out PCP addict in the background. Just looking on the ground for booty. That's all.
Perception check.
1. The snow is...
There is just snow and ice, and it's pissing you off.
I'm doing the dog thing?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Just more snow, more snow. In the middle of this conversation, like some of it starts like spattering the side of bags, and you're like, no, stop it. Angrily rage-looting nothing.
Rage dog shuffling.
Draconia has had a history of separating itself from the rest of Taldore. This is an opportunity for you to welcome other communities, to become part of the rest of the world.
Oh, you're right. And...
Oh, right. Okay, so this is where there is no audio. Dragonborn of Wildmount, learn from the mistakes of our predecessors and unoppressors. We are no majestic mage nation by any means, but we can learn. You are strong. I have not practiced any of their accents. They are strong. My time is nearly up. But what time I have left, I fully intend to make sure that there's a future for my people, for the Ravenites. One more request. Before we go, once we're long gone...
We're long gone, you can feel free to inspect this hill where the dragon slept, and...
Oh no, both of them faded into British! That was gross. Why did they all fade into British? No.
Be very careful in disarming any traps that you might find there. And I would ask you one favor for us. We lost a friend in this fight, a dragonborn. He's buried near here, we'll tell you where. We would like a proper tomb for him, on this hill where the dragon slept. Could you build a statue, a fine statue, a handsome statue of Tiberius Stormwind and bury him underneath it? And on the pedestal, could you please write, I encourage peace?
He looks over at one of the nearby dragonborn.
This is Kursa. He is our finest stonesmith. I will see to it that it is done.
Teach your people of him, your offspring, that he was a brave dragonborn who wanted to unify all of your peoples.
This can be done. This mound represents the spoils of the remains of Draconia. The dragon greedily stole, hoarded, and forced us to gather at the base of its icy seat. This will be the beginning of our new nation. And with this, we will make sure this statue comes to bear.
Good luck.
Where the fuck is it? That's all you hear me say.
What are you looking for?
Let me look.
For what? What are we looking for?
Also a, how do I say it? I doubt there are going to be any statues of a BWF character in Campaign 3. It seems like, yeah, if they had a ton of lingering animosity, clearly, you know, they took the steps they needed to take with Orion, but clearly they don't have a ton of lingering animosity. I doubt that they would be building statues of Tiberius in their games if they did. Seems like it was a hard call. It should also be pointed out that all of the crew is capable of filling roles they aren't normally in. This is true. Scalen went serious and Grog filled the comic relief. These are both true statements, yeah. Which I think is one of the, how do I say it? Even though they are absolutely accomplishing it right now in Vox, I do think it's harder to do that. Or maybe not necessarily harder. I think that you get more of that like primary and secondary type role in a party with a lot of people in it. So like the fact that they have 6, maybe 7, is I think you're more often going to have like the default people, you know, the default serious people, the default comedic relief. Whereas in a lower player count, you know, 3, 4, especially when the party splits, you're going to have people flexing into those roles or into that variety of roles more often. Now that can be kind of an inherent challenge of having less people, is that people may feel pressured to flex into roles that either they don't feel comfortable acting or they don't feel that their character would ever fit into, ever. So I think there are kind of positives and negatives, you know? A lower player count, I think, allows each player to have more range if they want it, but also sometimes will demand range or heavily incentivize range that they may not want to provide. either for out-of-game or in-game reasons. Whereas in a party with a higher player count, there is more often going to be a person that is comfortable on that day filling that role. So, yeah, like I said, I think positives and negatives there. Yeah. Grog is a natural for more silly comedy. It'd be a lot harder for Vex, for instance, to do that kind of comedy. Yeah, exactly. I think that Grog, I mean, you can even see it with the prank war. It's like that type of silly comedy is most often held down by these two. And then you kind of have Vax and Keyleth that kind of flex into it sometimes. And then you have these two that very rarely flex into that. And that could be nice. Like maybe Taliesin and Laura just do not find enjoyment in playing that. That being played for that sort of comedy. But it could also be restrictive. If they wanted to do that sort of comedy more often, they probably have a little bit less opportunity. Not saying that like none of the other characters would be okay with them doing that. Just that like there will naturally be less airtime because they're more instinctive about it since they do it more often. Like I said, I think positives and negatives to both.
Can I make another perception check, please?
No. You can't, Scanlan.
Giant snow angels.
What am I looking for, Grog? What am I looking for?
You're looking for loot.
We're looking for that booty.
Just booty? Just dragon booty?
Yeah.
I would be up where the dragon sleeps, not down here.
There's some under the ice right here.
All right, I will peer down into the ice below us. With my 21 perception.
Okay, you glance down, and while they're pushing some of the snow out of the way, and it's kind of amazing that Grog didn't see this at all, but not really when you think about it. Encased in this pedestal of which Vorgal had taken as a kind of a perch, beneath multiple feet of thick, locked ice, you see an incredible amount of hoarded gold, silver, platinum, glittering as bits of light break through the overhead clouds as the sleet is still raining down in places. Bits of it tend to gleam and shift and shimmer. You can see what look to be finely crafted knickknacks and statues and gems and antiqued metals, all buried deep beneath this platform. What looks to be pieces of ornate armor and weaponry and all sorts of just random assortment of items that are locked beneath feet of ice right there before you.
Nothing there, Grog, sorry.
No, he has to be here somewhere.
Just look right there, friend.
What?
Right there.
Where? What?
He's my BFF.
I see it.
My big friend.
Oh yeah, once he points it out, immediately you clarify. The red haze that was covering your eyes suddenly fades and you see shiny.
Can I use the siege portion of the Titanstone Knuckles and start smacking the shit out of this ice trying to get down
Yes,
there?
you can.
It's like, waka, waka, waka.
Yeah.
Our friend is helping you.
I deal double damage against objects and structures.
Ooh, double damage
Yeah,
against
and,
ice.
and as you do, as you start something with each punch, the ice more cracks begin to spider out. An incredible feat of striking. You can see the Dragonborn kind of take a few steps back at this view, and Tuma is almost intrigued at this point, staring this kind of a grin across her face as this kind of symbolic destruction of what represented Vorgal's lording over their entire life is being ripped apart by this half-giant madman. A few more punches through, and a whole portion slides off, and you have to kind of move out of the way. You just knock it aside with your fist and keep punching through, and eventually you get about, over the next 10 or 15 minutes, breaking through enough of the ice that you start hitting, starting to hit the actual outskirts of this large pile of gold pieces.
Wait, Grog, can I check for any kind of traps, or is it like totally fine?
Make an
Because I mean, I've been here before, and it's not pleasant.
I really wouldn't mind.
Investigation? 18?
18?
Yeah.
Okay. Glancing about best you can in the vicinity, you don't see any traps.
Okay. What about the gemstones?
We're
Those
outside.
are up high. Those are up high. I'm staying away from those.
We're outside the perimeter of the gemstones, or the main
yeah, we're like
portion of
further
the lair,
down
right?
before you get up to the top.
Yeah, the orbs are up, kind of embedded in the top, kind of restful area. The actual hoard, if you will, is hidden, locked beneath the ice at the base of this large platform. So you're essentially punching through the bottom portion, much like any sort of sandcastle. The further you go, the less structural integrity it has. But you're starting to make headway into, releasing and finding access to some of the hoard yourself.
We need heat. And like more than my wee urine can generate.
I can give us a little bit of fire.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. We'll get Keyleth over here.
I think
Do
she's busy
you
looting.
have Dragon's Breath?
She points the two of them and bring them over, and two of the Dragonborn step forward and release this torrent of flame into the area that you've already carved out.
Do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It only lasts a few seconds, and it causes a portion of it to melt back, but it's still extremely strong ice, and it didn't have as much of an impact as you'd hoped it would have. This is very, very sturdy. White dragon conjured ice protected wall. So.
You got any fireballs?
Just keep on punching it.
Really?
Doc. Just punch it.
All right. I mean, I'll
You're
do
doing
that.
some good damage.
No fireballs.
I have a fire.
Another example of the like grog taking the time is getting through it pretty much no problem, but what may have seemed the quicker solution doesn't have nearly as big of an effect. And in general, the more I think about this, the more I think it's not inherent to ice, certainly. It's just inherent to burying shit. I think that ice has a unique factor of allowing you to bury things and people being able to see at a relative glance that things are buried there. Buried, you know? It has like the same factor of like buried treasure. If you know where buried treasure is, it doesn't really take that much effort to get it. It's just the entire difficulty most of the time is figuring out where said treasure is. So but it's also, again, all of that earth, even though at a medium time scale, it's not that hard to access. It's not like you can just stroll up, grab it, and be on your way. You gotta either spend some significant resources or you gotta take some time. So yeah, I think it's very analogous to burying like buried treasure, but you can see it, which is an interesting sort of diversion there. Water ice has an absurdly high specific heat capacity. Changing its temperature is hard, especially in volume. Well, yeah, that's why they use it for like water cooling computers, right? Is because it's very, very good at soaking up heat. And I think that like reasonably, like maybe keyless ice hand or fire hands would do something, but they would still take time. And they would, burrow these kind of little holes through it. It's It's why, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong here, but it's also why like snow and ice makes a good insulator, right? It's because it doesn't absorb heat heat very fast. Like it's very like resistant to absorbing heat. I think. I don't know exactly how igloos work. I'm gonna be real, but I know that they do, and I assume it's connected. Yeah. Dumbass here. Once I didn't close the freezer door properly, it took me 2 days of scraping and spraying hot water to get it all out. Yeah. Some of our biggest snow piles lay almost until summer before the entire thing melts. Well, yeah, that's why it's at a certain point in Chicago, they stop plowing, at least like the residential streets. So like we got a snowfall pretty recently on my street, at least, that they did not plow. Because like in the short term, so sometimes people's cars can get snowed in, but as long as you have, substantial bus and train routes, that can be okay temporarily. And in the long term, the ice being spread out across the surface of the street will melt it faster via the sun than if it was in big piles on the side. So at a certain point, when it's cold enough outside, and when we're expecting, a lot more snow, they just stop plowing the residential streets. Yeah. Interesting. Specific heat capacity is basically the amount of energy it takes to raise something by 1 degree. So it takes a huge amount of ice by like 10 degrees. So to raise a huge amount of ice by like 10 degrees would take a lot. And yes to both your questions. Water cooling, it'll take a lot of the heat away, and water will barely change temperature. There you go. The more you know. As an AZ resident, I hate the summer, but so thankful I can enjoy snow and ice from a distance. Look, I'm so glad that I, for the vast majority of the year, cannot cook an egg on my driveway. I'm a cold weather fella in my bones. Definitely more than hot. That's why heat being out Really, the only bad thing about it for me is that I can't take a warm shower because we have a kettle for boiling water. So that's really the only downside to our gas being out. I like it cold, personally. But we're going to take an ad break. An ad break here. And then we will get back into it. I still don't have any sort of response or from the gas people, which is, bad for me, good for stream. Or not bad for me. Somewhat annoying for me. But good for stream, so we'll keep going. I will say, depending on how long it takes to get there, I might end at the break no matter what. Just so that if we do get there, we're ending at like a good place. Maybe. We'll see how long it takes to get there. I know we're not we're about, I think, halfway there. So we'll see. We'll see. And yeah, we were all 100 plus Fahrenheit well through November. Blech. If you're cold, you can get more clothes. If you're hot, what are you going to do? Take off your skin? That's what I always say, Turtix. That's what I always say. I can only get so many fans blasting at me. What's up? Hello. How are we doing? It's a good way to characterize the show. I think that's fair. It lets you know what you're in for around here. I think I agree. Let's get back to it. Also, I will not leak. This is actually something very important that I do not leak. But I got a fun email just now. So maybe exciting things happening. I'm excited. And we're going to get back to Critical Role.
Well, I'll send a fireball over there. Back up a little bit.
Well, what if I want to be close?
But you'll get burned.
You're way down by 101 hit points, though.
I know, yeah. I'm still up in the 3 digits.
I'm not going to burn you, Grog. Just take 10 feet.
All right, 10 feet.
All right, I'll send a wand of fireballs down. I don't know. Is that magic? Is it actually hot when it goes off?
Yeah, it's hot and it's an explosion.
Fire, man.
It's not just fire; it's an explosion. So it detonates from the inside of that small kind of convex path that you would punch through, concave it would be. And as it hits and detonates, you can see the ice further crack
Tips.
around the
Matt Mercer. Tips.
The ice begins to crack even further, and portions of it you see a bit of snowbank that had gathered at the top kind of shakes free and just off the side, revealing some of the upper platform.
You don't want to make too much of a disturbance here.
No, we don't.
Just take some stuff on the outside.
Is there any free like platinum or gold or like little bits I can start to put in like my hands?
I mean, yeah, you can start scooping up bits.
You might want to ask Tuma if she has a problem with you taking all of Draconia's gold.
You saw what his face did, didn't you? Tuma. We are about to unsheathe and reveal a great fortune, of which we have very little interest, because honestly it weighs us down. We're like plenty loaded already. However, it is kind of like a tradition to like take little bits here and there, like as keepsakes, you know.
The spoils here were largely collected from the wreckage of our captors, and much of the gold here was earned through our blood and turmoil.
Oh, shit.
However, we were able to free ourselves and have access to this fortune, a great deal thanks to your aid. We are more than willing to divide this between your folk and ours.
That sounds most generous. Should we look for like specifically interesting little bits, or just like grab the platinum?
Grab whatever's closest and leave.
Really?
Don't split the whole thing.
Are there any like interesting looking weapons or unique items that are out of the ordinary?
Make an investigation check.
Any looking magical-y thingies?
An investigation check.
I will look for.
-2, 17.
I will look for weapons of any sort. Ooh, 30.
Wow.
Investigation, right?
Yeah.
Damn.
I don't think
16.
Way to go, Cumberbatch.
Do you want to add your bardic inspiration dice to that to be
Help me,
a
help
dig?
me.
Did you not?
Inspire me.
Did you suck or
Yeah,
something?
I only got 16.
Okay.
Good sense.
I will add my bardic inspiration dice to her. Oh wait, you roll that. I'll sing to her.
Okay.
Something in the way I wink inspires you like no other gnome can. Something makes you stop and think. How did he get so handsome? How did he get so suave?
Ooh,
What'd you
6
get?
extra points. 22.
All right, there you
I
go.
love Josh Groban.
Josh Groban? Yeah, he's great. He's great.
Now critical role owes a royalty to the Beatles. Thank you.
Oh.
Was Josh Groban in the Beatles? What's going on? I don't like the Beatles very much. Is it?
22.
Is it Josh Groban?
All right, there you go.
I love Josh Groban.
Josh Groban? Yeah, he's great.
I don't know what the fuck that song was. I'm trying to think of I don't know a single Josh Groban song. I don't know what Josh Groban looks like. Couldn't pick the fella out of a lineup. Couldn't pick his voice out of a sing up. A vocal up. And I legitimately can't think of a single Beatles song. I can think of the album Abbey Road. And don't they do the one that's like, look at all the people living life in peace. Ooh. Did they do that one? I also know that like 2 of them went on and did stuff separately. I don't know. I have inbuilt Beatles hatred because one of my best friends growing up was a huge Beatles lover, and she was a girl, and girls are gross. So I defined part of my music taste in opposition to hers. One of my best friends, by the way. So I avoided Beatles, and it sticks with me to this day. It sticks with me. Yellow Submarine. I have heard of Yellow Submarine. I've heard of it. I have no idea what it sounds like. I know Josh Groban. for being a famous name. Yes, exactly. I know him for being a name that people say. Isn't that song just John Lennon? What is it? John Lennon, George Harrison, Ringo Starr, and the other one. Isn't Ringo normally the other one? I don't know who the fourth Beatle is. I don't know him. I know Ringo though. He's the drummer. I like drummers. Imagine it's by John Lennon. I see. Do you ask your players what items they'd like to find in loot beforehand, or do you just wing it and use tables? Admittedly, the contents of loot and how often to do it, especially when it's not like plot loot, if that makes sense, like clues, or like recently I rewarded my players with like spy dossiers on a bunch of people that they hadn't met, and they really liked that. But in terms of like a magic item, it is one of my weaker points. Because and I'll be fully transparent, it just does not interest me. I don't know if you could tell based on how I talk about looting in Critical Role. But the process of looting, keeping the accounting of looting, the time that it takes up. That's why I'm so complimentary of Matt finding a way to spice it up, because I find it so boring. And that's a me thing. That's the amount of boring that I find it is a me thing, and I have to try to actively like compensate for it when I'm talking to you guys. So in terms of like asking the players what they want, I would never ask them in the moment, because that, even for me, hedges too close to like obvious, like that's it's almost insincere to even call that fudging at that point, but that's a little bit too obviously hand of the DM, and I don't love that. But I have in the past asked my players separately, like, hey, if there was one magic item that you would like to show up at some point during the campaign, what would it be? So beyond that, a lot of times I go with currency. If there's a wizard, go with a classic spell scroll. I like really big things that they then have to sell. So like something that doesn't have like inherent value, they have to like go through a process to get value out of it, because I can normally work in other plot threads that way. I really like crafting magic items, and so they have to like seek out specific ingredients, and then those ingredients like become loot, but they're also essentially quest items at that point. So yeah. But again, I will be fully transparent. Just giving like standard loot at a good pace is a massive weakness of mine. I have to often refer to third-party tables to be like, how much loot should I put in this dungeon again? Because my instincts are 0. My instincts are they came there for the quest. That should be enough. But I know that that's not real. So I have to actively fight against that. Yeah. So yeah. So you don't like the Beatles because of cooties? Kinda, yeah. Paul McCartney. That's right. That's right. Considering Tolkien and Miyazaki hating the Beatles is basically a requirement for being good at fantasy. Lol. Yeah. The last time I gave my players significant loot, it was on the bodies of dead adventurers who presumably were going to where they were going. Ooh, that's true. I also do use loot as foreshadowing. But again, at that point, it's kind of working into the quest. that is like the main lens that I view loot from, is its narrative utility, essentially, or like really like specified utility. Or like the loot existing in the place that it does and in the way that it does helps ground the fiction, or helps tell you more about, or helps imply lore. But it's all built around like, if there's one place that I am really like Matt in terms of like verisimilitude and like really focusing on grounding, it is within loot. And it's a game. I need to be more flexible with it, but I'm bad at it. Yeah. What about making enemies' abilities magic items that the players earn after offering them? That sounds like something I would absolutely love to do. I would love that. Yeah. I'm just very bad at like for example, in the thing that my players just ran through, there was a set of magic armor that like, in the broad sense, like made sense. Like it made sense that the lieutenant in this of the enemies would be wearing magical armor. And it kind of was grounded within the setting a bit, but not to the point where I would have ever naturally thought of it. If I had naturally thought of loot, it would have been substantially more grounded, or it wouldn't have existed at all. If we're talking about just my natural mindset. So a lot of times when I'm like mostly done making a dungeon, I will look at areas that are a bit sparse in terms of like interesting things or obstacles, and I'll be like, okay, maybe a treasure could go here. Is there any specific treasure that would make sense to go here? And a lot of times in my head, it's no. And so then I look at like some tables or some other stuff to like try and find something that makes sense. But I do not have a good natural loot radar. It's not something I'm good at. One of the reasons I like Blades in the Dark a lot, because Blades in the Dark abstracts a ton of that into like just coin and like plot relevant stuff. It's very rare that you pick up like a magic item or something from a heist, unless the heist is like specifically about that, which again is kind of my mindset from the start. Yeah. Before the campaign starts, I have my players give me a list of the items they want their characters to have. This way I can decide when and how it's found. That sounds cool. That sounds like a very practical mindset to get everyone something that to get everyone what they want. I like that more than just giving your players items, because I know that like some DMs will just like start their players off with magic items. I like doing that for one shots, but not for campaigns. And this sounds like a good way to, again, make sure that people get the items they want, especially if someone is like has a build in mind that like really could utilize a specific item. Yeah, it makes it to where they will get it. But like you said, you have control over when it's introduced so that it's introduced in a way that makes sense. I like that. Like I said, that sounds very, very practical. And I mean that as a compliment. I think sometimes people are afraid to be practical and just like get people the things that they would want. Even me, I have this issue where I'm afraid of just being like, what do you want so that I can give it to you and then you'll be happy. And that's it. It doesn't have to be so complicated. Big items they have to sell. DMG recommendation of giving full paintings as loot. Yeah. Oh yeah. Paintings, bolts of silk, casks of ale. Yeah. Things that are cumbersome to maneuver and things that they will have to like find a specialized buyer for. Not necessarily ones where like there are no buyers or like they'll have to like travel to a specific town to find a buyer, but like one where like there might be 2 buyers total in the city that they're in. Or like, a competition market sort of situation. Yeah. A wish list is nice because it gives you an idea of what they want, if not that exact thing. Yeah, and you could go vague or more specific with the wish list. So you could just like ask like a fighter like what they want, and even if they didn't do anything specific, they could be like, "Oh, I'm more interested in magical armor than a magical weapon." Right? I like my non-magical weapon. I'd much rather have cool magic armor. Or someone might say a ring. They might say a magical, like a familiar. They might say a custom spell. Even if they're not super specific about the thing, those wish lists can definitely be very useful. I've never personally utilized one, but I can very much see the practicality and the usefulness of it. Yeah. One time a DM who loves his random tables had us roll, and 2 of us got random creature eggs. I hatched a baby griffin. The other was an owl bear. That's fun if you like pets. Yeah, that could be very fun. I kind of like when the DM thinks about what would suit me and surprise me with it. I don't prefer giving a list. Breaks kayfabe for me. I can very much see that. I think if I had to guess, because I've never talked to my players about this sort of thing, if I had to guess, I would say that my table would be pretty split on it. I can see 2 players being very in favor of the wish list, and at least 1 player being very against it, and then 1 player kind of being in the middle. Which, I mean, depending on how against it a given player would be, it could be the thing that you do, like you do it for some players but not all players. That could be a middle ground. Although I can also see like a player that even seeing it happen to other players might break it for them. But to a certain degree, we have to make compromises in D&D. It just depends on how big of a compromise that is for you. Yeah. How often do your players plan builds min-max? Very rarely. Very, very rarely. My players have a similar brainworm to me where we actively avoid power combos. Like, I think my players would rather stop playing D&D than play a coffee lock. We are very similar in that way. Now, if they happen into a powerful build, just because if it's their character, they will still feel uncomfortable with it. Not because I forced them to, just because of how they are. But they won't like fully shut it down. Like one of my players was honestly uncomfortable with taking Polearm Master and was excited that Pam Sentinel got nerfed off in 5.5. They were like, "Oh yeah, like I could finally like take both of those." And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, like those 2 seem so cool." And like I was thinking about taking them together, but I didn't like how broken they felt. So if that is indicative of my players, I think that kind of answers it. Yeah. The build I want to play requires this item to work, and that item is too powerful to have at level 1. You know enough to homebrew something to hold them over. That's also true. Yeah, an evolving item can work there. Yeah. Yeah. Is a bit the thing about lists you aren't guaranteed to guess just what you want. This is also, it could be a kind of multi-choice sort of thing where they say, you know, you are given a list and it's like, all right, I'll try to get you at least one of these things by level 5. And say there's 5-10 things on that list. That can help not, indicate exactly what they're going to get if you want to obscure that. This feels like there's a lot of options here, but it's very table dependent. Yeah. The player who's against it, do you think they'd be against it in all cases? Like if it wasn't a specific item, but more prioritized armor of a weapon sort of guidance? I think they would be against it in all cases. At one point, I was talking to them about their backstory, and they have memory loss. And I said, "Oh, do you think you're from this area. And they were like, I don't know, I've got memory loss. And I was like, okay, right. But like beyond that, just like vibes based, where do you think she would be from? And they're like, I don't want to know. I want to be totally 1000% surprised. I want to know nothing. And I think that they would have a similar standpoint, but I also don't think that they would be even remotely against other players having lists. They just would, and I'm assuming here, because again, I haven't talked to them about it, but I just really think they wouldn't want it for themselves. But they'd be totally fine with other players having it. Yeah. It sounds like what breaks kayfabe. I believe kayfabe is K-A-Y. Fabe, but I'm not sure, honestly. Is a thing that should be in your session 0 questions. That's true. Yeah. What breaks investment? What breaks your immersion? I think that's not a question, or that's not a session 0 question I've ever had. But yeah, I think Daniel, one brain cell. I've never asked it before, but that sounds like a decent question to ask. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways. Good question, but I have to hold myself back from reading every comment. I still have the brain of wanting to read every comment, but I'm getting better about not doing it.
Great, he's great.
Now critical role owes a royalty to the Beatles. Thank you. All right, so you find Grog swing through this. You find a painted gold war mask that looks really cool and kind of nasty with the lower the jaw. You're like, yes, you can just put it on. And...
Yep. In fact, I'd lick it knowing it was cold and I'd stick it to my face.
Okay. Your tongue sticks to the mask. It's been encased in ice. You rip it off. All right. You take a point of damage.
Okay. I'll do it.
And your tongue is now pounding with pain. As the top layer of skin has been torn off your tongue. But the mask is still yours. You do also find what appears to be a really beautiful black stone. It's like really well cut, and it's about that big, and it's just like really pretty and dark and awesome.
I love stones.
Yeah.
I'm a fucking fan.
And a whole shit ton of gold and platinum. You, looking through, you find what looks to be a beautiful kind of reddish ruby gem that has this slightly gold refraction in the center of it that's somewhat symmetrical, and it looks otherworldly almost. It's beautiful. You see deeper within the actual hoard, there appears to be a ship's mast that was plated with gold that has been just jammed in the center of the hoard. Some sort of wreckage that was dragged here and included in the hoard. You do also see what appears to be, kind of amongst some of the gold, a small vial with some sort of liquid that is unaffected by the freezing temperatures around it.
Get that thing.
Liquid. The liquid is... Look it up.
This is my favorite part. Getting new shit.
It is like a thick, syrupy, metallic, like a liquid iron, like a reddish metallic tint to it.
I had an idea until reddish. I don't know anymore.
Okay.
And you find what looks to be a pair of boots that are made.
I will say, I've talked about vibe checking. I've talked about listening to your players. I just want to point it out. I hear that from my player. This is my favorite part, getting new shit. That goes away in the bank. That goes away in the filing cabinet. And I will point out, he didn't say buying new shit. He said getting new shit. Which I think, for a second, I was like, Grog? Famously bored during shopping sessions? But I think that is the distinction. He likes getting new shit, not necessarily buying it and acquiring it and haggling and all that. I think he just likes having it. So those are the sorts of comments that I've got my ears pricked up for constantly. Constantly trying to understand my players and what generally my players are into, but also what their specific incarnation of this new character may or may not be into. Because it changes sometimes. Also, a fair justification beyond just the transition from Pathfinder. Yeah. I think it may be more Travis than Grog, and when you buy things, normally you know exactly what it is. When you get something, there's also a mysterious element. I think that's a great thought process. And I agree with it. But separate from me agreeing with it, I think that is like the sort of thought process that can really elevate DMing. And like the sort of thought process that I did not employ, frankly, probably until starting Critical Eyes. Like, I did some of this stuff instinctually, but it's kind of like the maps where like I had like vaguely the syntax worked out, but I never had like any like, you know, specific symbols or rules. And now I've got it like much more worked out on the back end. And I think this sort of conscious thought of like, okay, what does, like, I filed this away in my brain. What does Travis mean by that? Is it the, you know, that kind of seems opposed to this other thing he said? Maybe it's the mystery element. And then you can maybe introduce something small later on to kind of test that theory, see if Travis bites. And that's sort of like iterative of like hearing, thinking, and then testing, I think is how you can very quickly get to know your table. Especially if you haven't played together a lot and you don't have like an instinctual knowledge of them. And I say this a lot for myself in case I ever end up DMing people that I don't know well, is like that sort of like listen, like pick up on very specific things that they say they like or don't like, add it to the brain file, compare and contrast, and then like test again, you know, hit it against them, see what they say. I think that's a good way of like rapidly getting to know a new player or an existing player.
From a very, very thick dark brown hide.
Another boots of haste.
No, they're
for sure.
Probably like elephant strength boots.
Definitely boots of haste. Pair o' boots out of brown leather. You said?
Yeah, a dark brown leather. Not very elaborate their design, but they're well made and seemingly have braved the cold weather well enough.
That's a boots of taste.
Yeah, perhaps. I appreciate well-made boots.
They're Uggs.
They're Uggs.
Thank you. Those are.
Do we have an approximation of the golden platinum allowed?
Good luck, Sam. You.
I'm sorry, who?
Scanlan.
Thank you.
Whoa.
My apologies.
What? New levels.
All right. You find amongst this a platinum bracelet set with a gorgeous sapphire. That looks like it's probably worth quite a bit.
Okay.
You also find another unbroken vial amongst a series of other vials that did break in the process of being hoarded here in Liquid Spell. There's one unbroken vial. This one, it's like a yellowish fluid with black swirls that just kind of shift on their own inside the vial's contents.
Okay.
As you kind of shake it, you can see they kind of move at a different, faster speed and then slow down in a reverse direction. It's a very interesting pattern.
It's a lava lamp.
Kind of. Underneath that vial, you see what looks to be a very beautiful. Let's see here. There we go.
Ooh, sheets of paper.
I love this shit. Which way do I go?
You find the Dawnwater.
There you go. You find what looks to be a gold and platinum band that is it's two separate bands that are woven together like a braid in a band.
Like a back braid?
Kind of. Other than that, it looks nice. There's no other defining markings on it. It looks like it's probably worth quite a bit. You do also, as you roll ridiculously high, to pulling the ring out and the vial, you glance over what looks to be a small handle that is embedded in a large part of the gold. You go and grab it, and it's actually a pretty big handle. Once you get your gnomish hand on it, you get to pull, and you pull forth a very beautiful looking platinum greatsword. It has a series of small symbols carved along the base of the blade on each side. The handle.
Also, I just realized. Did they ever talk about the fact that Ashley or that Pike isn't there? I'm just thinking about it right now, and I'm like, I don't remember them talking about her leaving last ep. And I don't remember them mentioning her at all this ep. Pike would be with the other group. I guess they haven't been back to the other group in a while. I suppose that's fair. She would be back with the other group. Okay, I'm going to keep my eye on whether or not they address Pike being there or not. We'll see.
Comes to a gradual upward curve, and it looks beautiful, ornamental, like something you'd see in some sort of a temple as part of a centerpiece. But it's weighted properly for a greatsword, and is far too big for you to ever possibly muster in battle.
I can't use this, so I'll just leave it.
Wait, let's not be hasty. My God, it's beautiful. I mean,
do you want
I'm very emotional about this right now. Can't check it for traps.
Check it for traps.
Make an investigation check.
Natural 20.
Oh, shit, it is a natural 20. Oh
You
my
have
God.
never been so sure in your life that this sword, totally not trapped.
I'm so hoping it talks to you now. I'm so hoping it starts talking to you
It's
now.
clean.
Is clean?
Yes.
All right. You hold it. I can't hold that. It's too heavy. It weighs as much as I do.
Have I made a friend?
How's it feel, Grog?
Feels like money.
Speaking
of money.
As we begin pulling out those materials, a series of the other Ravenites start gathering gold and like taking filling sacks and having like pass them off. And so you see now two of them are pulling 2 big carts over and they're starting to load up cash as well in the area. Like this is going to really kind of push your bag of holding.
Yeah, that's why I said we can't take that much.
We can
Right.
drop some
But if
shit
it's
out of the
platinum,
bag.
it'll help.
Yeah.
More bang for a buck.
What can we lose from the bag of holding?
I'm
Well,
very
hold
much
on.
about
Let me
something.
You get about 20 minutes of gathering gold and platinum pieces from just the section that you have access to. You could get more if you continue to dig beneath, probably. But you managed to pull roughly, between the three of you, 18,000 gold pieces and about 12,000 platinum pieces. Make it hail.
They're so stupid rich. Oh my god, dude. And you know, I don't blame Matt. I don't. It is, as we've discussed, it's ostensibly the treasury and assorted possessions of a small city-state. Or of a city-state. Like, it should be a lot. But there's two things. Number one, I guess it's the combo thing. I think it is a very obvious example, especially once you play through the sort of implications of all of this. Once you like play through that fully in your mind, it becomes or I think this is a good example of why I don't like relying on gold values for anything important. Because not only is it easy to fuck up your economy just playing the game as a DM, just not being like strictly laser focused on it, it's easy to mess it up. But if you have a near apocalypse type scenario, near K-class scenario, like, what does that do to the monetary system? Like, yes, they now have more money than God, but also it's like, what is that money gonna buy? The people in Amon, they need money, sure, to give to Thordak, but once you take down Thordak, they can't eat platinum. You know what I'm saying? So so not only is there a natural risk of the economy becoming fucked up, there is an additional risk that if you have major events, which are mostly going to happen around the same time that your party just naturally gets a shitload of money, that can so easily just decimate the value of any given currency to the point where, like, anything could cost anything. It kind of doesn't matter. People might stop accepting currency altogether. They might insist on barter. And all of that is why I'm not a fan at all of, like, material components that have a gold value cost. I think that's stupid. Because the value of a piece of gold is so easy to lose track of. And it can so easily unintentionally modify the substantial balance of your game. I was in Ryan Immel's stream the other day. I was watching him craft some stairs, and he was talking about how he kind of just ignores material components a lot of the times. Like, unless it's like big and important. And he even specified, like, oh, like if it costs a lot or whatever, I'll think about it. But even for like piddly stuff like 50 gold, you know, holy water, who cares? Whatever. I don't worry about it. And someone was like, what? So they can just cast Gate without having to pay the 5,000 gold? Motherfucker, Gate is 9th level and only 5,000 gold. Vox Machina could cast Gate for days. 5,000 gold is not a barrier in Vox Machina. And I don't think that Vox Machina and the way that Matt has handled the economy is abnormal in the slightest. I think this is incredibly typical, incredibly average. Like, I don't think it's his fault that we're in this situation, right? But given all of that, it's why I'm super not a fan of important things or powerful things being gold gated. It's also why I typically don't love magic item shops, because that's putting power purely behind a gold gate. Which this also might link into my, we'll say, lack of affinity for loot. Might be another layer to this, but I still think I'm right, even beyond my natural biases. When I said Matt didn't have to give them that much treasure, yeah. Whitestone is going to be rebuilt in pure solid gold. Exactly. If your goal is to rebuild a nation, that's not going to be enough. I would argue that it actually just doesn't matter. Like, it matters how much if it is like one nation that has been decimated. Yeah. Then the amount of currency and like strong like foreign currency or foreignly accepted currency really matters if like one country goes through a catastrophe. But this has been a multi-continent catastrophe. Half of the continents of the world have undergone a massive elimination of people, property, monetary value. Like, this would throw global currency exchange into a tailspin. So, even more than, like, maybe it wouldn't make the value of it worthless by any means, but it would make it so unpredictable that you would need like a degree in economics to really probably predict how it would realistically play out. And like what the actual value of a gold piece would be at post Chroma Conclave. You know what I'm saying? Especially given that there are just so many fewer people to split the same amount of wealth. A la the Thanos conjecture. The Thanos conjecture is the conjecture that, like, having there be the same amount of stuff with half the people means that that stuff is essentially, like, worth less because there are less people to split it up. Like, you have more stuff for less people. So it's easier to provide for more people. Now, his plan is obviously stupid, but it still would have an impact, regardless. It's probably a good thing that VM have their own city state to care of. Yeah, true. Yeah. I hate magic item shops unless the party's in a major city like a capital. Even, like, I don't hate them, like, on principle of, like, how they, like, fit within the world. I hate them purely on the basis that I do not like gold locking power, which just kind of happens to catch magic item shops in its crosshairs, totally coincidentally. I'm fine with a magic shop in terms of like flavor and feel and all that. It's just like a Fallout issue. And that's not to say that I've never had a magic item shop. I absolutely have. I break my own rules all the time when it so serves me. But the only way to make material components meaningfully interesting, I think, is to have one that's virtually unobtainable for any price, like a vestige as a material component. Yeah, sure. I mean, they talked about how Whisper was used as the center of many dark rituals. Yeah. Like, if you have a ritual spell that requires Whisper the Vestige to cast, I think that's an interesting spell. I think that's an interesting material component. And in that sense, it's not gold locking the spell. It is, you know, it's basically locking it behind like essentially a MacGuffin, you know? Yeah. It appears to have a global economy, so there's no difference in the value of gold. Imangold versus Vasselheim? Yes, but this Chroma Conclave would change the value of that. Suddenly, you have far less people in Exandria and Wildmount, theoretically splitting the same amount of gold overall. Now, maybe some assets got destroyed, some buildings, they're floating islands. So it's hard to know. Are they an overall poorer population, or are they an overall richer population, since they still have these exterior continents, Vasselheim, or I guess Isilra and Othanzia. No, Isilra and Marquette, sorry, to kind of fall back on. I think, again, it's a big old question mark. I think it's really hard to know, unless you're an economist, if that would overall devalue the global price of gold, or if it would overvalue the global price of gold. Like, to use a more real-life example, Mansa Musa, the richest man in history, coming to visit your town could fuck up your economy for years. There are documented historical cases of Mansa Musa going on a pilgrimage, and he would just fucking lay down fat stacks in places that he passed, and it would decimate that place's economy for years. It was a huge net negative. Like, it was nice in the moment, but it was a broad net negative for them. And to the point, at this, I might be misremembering, so don't quote me on this. This also might be like part of a folktale. But I believe that at some point, rulers would ask Mansa Musa to either not visit or to lay down less stacks. Because he would just dilute the value of all their currency. And so I think you would experience somewhat of a similar phenomenon, you know? I don't like gold locking power, make it getting political. Yeah. In the pre-stream game, they had to get the heart of a nymph and the skull of a nightmare to cast a spell to save Grog. Yeah, I love that sort of shit. When we talk about loot that is typical in my games, it is that kind of loot. That loot is way more typical in my games, yeah. Was the world destroyed or just Taldore? My understanding is that it was most of Taldore. Sorry, I shouldn't have said Exandria. I think I misspoke there. My understanding, it was most of Taldore, a lot of Wildmount, and possible isolated pockets of Marquette and Isilra. Because we know that Vasselheim is safe from the Chroma Conclave, but nothing about Isilra being broadly safe. So I think that Taldore got hit the hardest, it seems, but then there was definitely damage done in Wildmount, at least to my current knowledge, you know. My world's all of the same economy. I don't care about it. I only care about how rich the party feels within the world. Yeah, which I think, frankly, is the way that most DMs handle it, and how most DMs probably should handle it. But that brings me to, I don't like balancing game mechanics around something that should be more about feeling, you know? So yeah. Marquette was also seemingly safe. I just want to make sure I was understanding your point. Yeah. I think we definitely haven't heard anything about Marquette or Isilra getting hit by the Chroma Conclave, but we've really only been to Ank'Harel and Vasselheim, and we haven't even really talked to like any of the leaders of Vasselheim. Vasselheim has just been like, hey, we're all good. But it seems like most of Isilra is kind of wildland anyways, so I don't think there's like much to mess with on Isilra besides Vasselheim. But anyways.
The dragons, let's just go.
That's like a third of what's in the horde right now.
Place, motherfucker. Yeah, let's build a fucking hunter park. Let's go.
Why
don't we get
fine?
This is
fine.
This is really nice. Like,
let's build a condominium.
Yeah. Condos and Marquette.
Parking lots, man. Parking garage. That's where it's at. How many gold is it, platinum?
No, for the gold to platinum transition here. Where's the effort?
Well,
With duck over here is fucking
so it's
for exit, it's not worth as much.
10 gold pieces per platinum.
How many?
10 gold pieces per platinum. So that's another 120 grand.
2,000.
120
Grog,
pounds.
Bex, we don't need to tell the others about
They don't
this.
need to know.
We could just go to a warm place, the three of us, and just live out the rest of our days.
We'll build a bank. Like, it will just be us.
They'll never find us.
Right.
We have to
This is amazing.
We can kill Vex after like the first.
Wait, I can hear you.
I would kill him.
We might need her to restart civilization.
True.
Oh, you know what? Let's go back. You lost me.
Well, for the last 20 minutes, I've been combing blood out of Pike's hair, and we've just been having God talk. And as I put little fun buns in Pike's hair, I say, sometimes I feel like she is right there with me. I ask questions and I know the answers, but most of the time I don't know anything. Does the balance ever shift?
No, not really. Part of what's great about it is you just put your trust into them and everything turns out okay.
That is so cool.
You saw her, she punched a dragon for me.
We've got to find Larkin, though. What do we do about that?
Okay, really quick. This brings up something that I love. Also, speaking of where Pike was, yeah. It is interesting that Liam was the one to kind of bring her back in. I do wonder if Matt would have just tried to ignore it and just be like, she got back to Whitestone at some point. I don't know. If I was Matt, I probably would have, but I don't know. But in reference to turning into a crazy dolphin, I love the broad, maybe even trope, I guess, of using a party's reputation to drive conflict and drama. Like, if the party is absolutely kitted and fitted, I like to have that reputation get out and for people to potentially target them to get their shit. And it's actually interesting. Matt addressed this. When they were in, was it Ank'Harel? No. Where were they? When they went to the university. Was that Ank'Harel? That doesn't sound right. They went to a university where there was a scholar, professor type guy that they talked to about the vestiges. Is that Vasselheim or Ank'Harel? Can't remember. Anyways, one of those two. Some exterior place. And at the time, they were very worried about giving away the name Whitestone, and Percy was protecting the fact that he was a Durolo, which are both fair, I think. But the NPC directly called out. He was like, I wouldn't let people know that you have these. And especially that you have multiple of them. It will probably attract the wrong type of attention. Not to say that you don't seem capable, but you may not want to deal with all that. And I think that is similar to turning into a crazy dolphin of, the idea of the party being these famous rich people. Especially if you're in a kind of high magic setting like Exandria, where there are a lot of leveled both heroes and villains. I think it's incredibly reasonable for someone to target the party for purely monetary reasons. Maybe not even to kill them, but just to sneak into their room at night and steal a vestige. Like, the vestiges are theoretically sometimes less guarded at certain points of the day, at least on Vox Machina, than they were in their old places, So I think it's something now you have to be careful about about ambushes broadly and about, kind of random forces targeting the players for them just naturally progressing. I think that you wouldn't want to just do that, sort of like the lore bits, right? I don't think you should just do that. Try to tie it into some other things. Have the agents that are performing this be linked into another faction that the players need progression on. Have them be using, maybe a magical tech that the party thought was impossible. Like maybe they have a bracelet that blocks scry or something that would progress the party if they got it. Maybe there's a chance that they can turn the thief on their side, all sorts of ways that you can tie it into the current arc and story. But I think that is really nice way to bring in exterior sources that are specifically monetarily motivated, especially if your party is not really shy about the amount of wealth that they have. I think it was fair for the NPC to warn them about flashing the vestiges, but they still throw around money. Vox absolutely throws around stacks. And I do not think it would be unfair for someone to target them because of it, you know? I have used the party's fame against them before. The classic PC save a town, but not everyone. Someone from that town trying to take them down. Right, yeah, absolutely. Like there's, and you've got to work it in, you know? You've got to work it in. It can't just be, you know, an excuse for a random encounter on a random encounter table, you know? A la the random bandits or the random like hitmen that will find you in Skyrim, right? That are just like hired by random factions that you're arrayed against, or just get hired cause you're the Dragonborn and they just show up and attack you. That's a little lame, but it's cool. I believe that if the Dark Brotherhood comes, if they're like a Dark Brotherhood enforcer, they will give you a clue towards the Dark Brotherhood, the beginning of the Dark Brotherhood questline in Windhelm? It's been so long since I played Skyrim. In Windhelm. That's cool. I like that. But if it's just like a random, like, I'm a random person and I hired this hitman against you. I don't think that's as cool. And it doesn't, you know, link into anything in any way. No. Kima's ultimate scheme. Steal from VM once they're super rich. We've all figured it out.
Okay, all right.
You're not here.
Not there.
I didn't like Larkin very much. It's probably for the best.
Aye, but he's out here on his own in the cold. Dwarves hides everywhere.
Dwarves are made of hardy stuff. I'm sure he'll be okay.
You're probably right.
Are you ready?
Let me just even you off.
Nope. Thank you.
What did we find?
10 dragon scales. Yeah.
All right, come back to you guys.
Yeah.
So as Vorgal is butchered in the center of the snow here, and strangely, as you begin to carve, the air, as freezing as it is, actual touch on the skin of Vorgal is colder, and there's a few moments where your fingers kind of begin to adhere to the cold, so you have to pull back a bit. But you do manage to carve from the hide, if you can carry it properly, about 150 pounds of dragon hide.
Oh, jeez.
What, those ancient dragons?
Oh, boy. They got very heavy. How much?
Yeah. 150 pounds of actual coat, you know, actual coat.
We got 40 pounds of black
I'm
dragon hide.
removing a lot of stuff.
Well, you know, apparently have 150 pounds.
We're going to have to fill the
the
white stone coffers with some of the stuff that we have back room.
Oh, yeah, we do.
So there's a suit of black-studded dwarven
Grog is
armor.
dumping stuff out of our bag.
So one black-studded dwarven armor suit, because Pike's the only one that wears full armor. There's another full set of just regular plate armor. That's going
gone.
There's a
Pulling an Elder Scrolls?
orc head, a brain chunk,
Forgot about that.
two dark elf heads, one random arm, a piece of bullet armor.
Yeah, man.
12 beef jerky strips are going.
I was saving that. I was saving
As
that.
you're doing this, Tuma's watching you just going,
By the way, this is totally up for grabs anytime you want. You just say something to me and we'll work it out.
not touching, and walks over. Another Tiger walks over and just picks up the beef jerky strips. Hands them to Tuma, and Tuma just keeps watching you while chewing on one.
They're starving.
Right, yeah. Those are like super fresh. I'm throwing out a great sword and replacing the platinum great sword with it. So that should make enough weight out. Bar black studded dwarven armor, that was the first thing.
By the way, excellent note taking on and keeping track of what's been in the bag of holding.
Great.
Well done.
Half of that body part stuff just came out as like Gillette.
And to highlight what Sam just said, I will make the assertion that Travis is hilarious. Throwing a shitload of random loot at your players is not inherently funny. But Travis is just the GOAT. Travis is just a national treasure that can make something stupid this funny.
It's poo.
Yeah, it's the gamiest of gaming meat you've ever touched.
Just like strings.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You like pull it up, you gotta like wrap it up in the string and then toss it.
It is why I love the word slaw.
That's it.
So you guys pulling away, that Kima helping out where she can. Herself, the sweat beads in her forehead amongst the cold exterior. She's a workhorse. You guys also managed to pry from Vorgal's mouth 20 pieces or 20 individual dragon teeth that are harvestable outside of the ones that the other Abbanites take themselves. You managed to get 6 white dragon claws, like talons. Pull it from the whole body, and about. Let's call the destruction of the outside, and there's like this creeping ice that's going to kind of freeze the body from the inside post death. The hide includes scales, like you kind of have to, pull off the scales and destroy the hide. And any other organs, is the eyes you're thinking about taking?
Yeah, blood, eyes.
Are you writing all this down? Because I didn't.
Do you have any more empty vials?
No.
Empty vials.
Do you have any more vials?
I'm out of vials.
Never mind.
I think we're gonna skip these ads. I feel like we gotta keep on pushing. We gotta keep on pushing because I haven't gotten a text yet, and I would really like to at least finish the first half. So I want to get closer to 56. So let's keep pushing.
Did you take any healing potions?
Oh,
If you did,
no,
you
I
have
didn't.
enough healing potions.
In theory, then I have like 3 empty vials because I did have 3 healing potions that I've used.
So we'll say you go ahead and recork 3 vials of White Dragon.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
No.
All right, I'm gonna go sit down for a little while and
Yeah, I'm
breathe.
gonna go into the mansion as well.
Okay, so you guys go ahead and join Lax and Pike. Kima comes and joins you guys as well for the rest of the Rat Knights just begin tearing off pieces of Orgal's body, leaving kind of the rib cage, the spine. They pull most of the organs out of it. The tree itself is rooted into the rib cage, and the roots can reach down and burrow into the ground beneath it. It's left this really interesting sculpture that they've kind of torn everything away from. Okay, you guys, at this point now, the Raven Knights have descended upon the interior of the Horde, and they're kind of hacking away at bits of ice to open up more of the space beneath, while keeping a very, very careful eye to make sure the structure remains intact. You guys have gathered what you decided to take from the Horde, and are doing what?
No, Scanlan. Next. We should, disable the orbs, right?
I don't know how to.
They just beat the shit out of them.
I mean,
Wouldn't that alert Thordak?
Yeah, we shouldn't.
Concerned about
We don't want to taunt him first? I mean, I'd kind of like to go up there and...
I'd rather him not know right now that Voragol's dead, just because.
He would instantly know that we're not in our home base. He could launch an attack on that place.
Yeah, maybe let's just not do that just yet.
But what if he comes here?
Well, if he does, then
Poor Rabbit Knights.
hopefully they'll be inside their caves. I don't think he's going to leave him on to come check out what's going on with Voragol, unless he knows that Voragol's dead.
All right. Should we check in with the other members first before we just bring him out?
Well, let's go back to the mansion. Maybe we can destroy it on the way out if we feel necessary.
All right. Hey, what about that big golden mast? You think there's like a golden ship?
Well, there's a skyship in here.
Well, I assume it wouldn't fly very well anymore, right?
Maybe that's how the Ravenites can get
It's
trained
made
on
of
if
gold, right? Or
they
it's
can
like
help us.
gold.
Gold plating around it. Like, the proportions where you can see there was like the wooden mast, but have these large bands.
Did it look like airship or did it look like normal ship?
I mean, if there's more under there.
It has to be an airship. Not
It was hard to tell. From what you could tell, it is a mast. The airships you've seen do not have masts since they do not use the wind.
Oh, right.
Everybody knows
So it was most likely a seafaring ship, and was most likely torn asunder from a great distance and then dragged here as part of the Horde by Voragol.
And what are we going to do with the mast?
I have no idea.
Like, treasure it all.
Maybe on the way out we can see if it's uncovered anymore.
We'll stick a Google Maps pin here. We'll always know it's here, because when we come visit Tiberius is great.
Huh. Sort of a deeper layer, wouldn't you say? Not in the way that I meant it when I was doing that original analogy, but I suppose. I don't think it's a problem if the loot is layered. I think there was an assumption that I made when I was describing it that I didn't outwardly say. In the less interesting analogy that I was giving, I pictured the dragon and the most valuable loot being together in the deepest layer. And then it being like shitty minions and shitty loot out here. And then like medium minions, medium loot, and that sort of thing. I didn't think that this would be as interesting. Like if you're mirroring like the threat with the level of loot, I think that's something that someone might think of, but I don't think it would be as interesting as what Matt did. Now, just having layers on a base level, having dragon out here. Oh my god. Having dragon out here and then loot. Thumbs up from me. I think that's better. Yeah. Also, something that I was kind of squinting at, and I don't actually remember what all was in Umbrasyl and or Brimscythe's lair. But I'm just going to write it down. We're just going to write it down and we're just going to see. There's a big ol' sailing ship mast. Uh-oh. Nope, just a weather update. Mast covered in gold. It is not a airship. It is from a sailing ship and was dragged here. So, probably not draconian. You wouldn't know Brimside Slayer because it was pre-streamed. You mean rapping? No, well, I wouldn't know what Brimside Slayer was like when he was there, but we've revisited Brimside Slayer since. And honestly, when I said Brimside Slayer, I was more thinking General Krieg's house. And I know that I wrote down he had some shit in there. He had some shit in there. I don't remember. Did I write it all down? I did. Well, I wrote some of it down at least. The green jewel-eyed skull. Right. It has a Gith Yankee in it. I remember that. It had the bust of Jaman Sa'ord. It had the tea set. It had dice. And it had a fifth thing, but I don't remember what the fifth thing is. I'd have to go back and look. I probably have it in Brimscythe's document. No. I don't have it in here. Last involvement, got killed. I'll have to figure out where I put those things. Maybe I put them in theories? What did I? Usurper gets usurped. The future of Vox Machina. The four remember. Soul switch. Soul jars. What the fuck was this? Oh, right. Dude, I forgot about the soul jars. Oh, I've got so much shit now. Unlikely? Oh, it's in unlikely now. Oh, there were dominoes. There was a tea set. There was the bust of Jaman Sa'ord. And that was it. There was nothing. There were only 4 objects. And the jewel-eyed skull. Oh, wait, sorry. There were 4. Yeah. And the green was the green jewel-eyed skull. Then there was the bust of Jaman Sa'ord, the tea set, and the dominoes. And I think we actually found out more. I feel like we found out more about the tea set and the dominoes, but I don't remember. The reason that I'm thinking about this is it being a sailing ship. That seems like such a... I don't know exactly how to phrase it. Such a coincidental thing to be in there. Like, what reason would Vorugal have not only for encountering a sailing ship, but also for destroying it? And what manner of sailing ship would have a gold-plated mast? And I think the only sailing ship that we are directly aware of is the Shrew that went down with Whisper. Or that Whisper went down on. But why would Vorugal have that? Have anything from that? I don't know. This is tickling at my theory senses. But I feel like I should maybe, not even that I should be able to get it, but that I should have more ground to stand on than I do. Because it's such an oddly specific thing. A gold-plated sailing ship mast. near Draconia. I mean, I guess Draconia could be relatively close to the sea. I don't know. But it's a flying city. If anything, I think that their assumption of an airship component was very reasonable for the floating cities of Draconia. And like, yeah, it's big and shiny. Dragon, sure. Feels so specific. So specific. I don't know. The bust that started the Jamon is Umbi theory. That bust did start that theory, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the T-set was fairly recently identified. That's right. T-set was recently identified. And I don't remember being able to get anything out of that either. He is a hunter. It could be a trophy. It could be. It absolutely could be. He could have found it on his way back. These are all facts. All facts, no cap on Jesus Christ. At gmail.com. But it's something that makes sense. I can justify it. But in my world builder brain, I'm like, why did Matt think of that? If it's totally random, if it has nothing to do with anything else, why a ship's mast? Why that? You know? And it could just be that Matt has a special brain and that I shouldn't question it. But it feels so specific, but simultaneously justifiable, that it gives me the sense that there's more going on there. Could be wrong. Could be totally random. Could just be he saw a dope-ass ship with a dope-ass mast. Because that is a really nice mast. I don't blame him for wanting it. As a dragon. I guess that it's that regardless of anything, the ship that this mast came from would be notable. Kind of regardless of, I guess, why Vorugal ran into it. Feels like there could be more there, but regardless, the ship that this mast is from, I don't think they go around gold plating most masts in Exandria. What's going on here? What's going on here? I don't know. Gold ship to me seems divine based on vibes, nothing more. Fair. Very fair. Yeah. Like a divine cruise liner. Feels like it might even be like, it feels like it would be like high bearer Vords, like Air Force One type shit. It feels like it's Water Force Vord. Definitely feels like the type of shit he'd be riding around on. Again, that draws this weird connection of like, where is this from? Why does Vorugal have it? Not because it doesn't make sense, but because whatever sense it does make, feels like it'll tell me something, you know? Like, I want them to go and look at it. Go and look at it. Does it have an inscription? It feels like the sort of thing that would have an inscription. Is it going to have like HF or HV carved or engraved in the side? It feels like it should. Or is it just like an S for shrew? I don't know. I don't know, and it's going to bother me that they're going to leave this because I need to know. This is the sort of thing that you drop in front of me as a player, and I will move hell and high water to find out more about this shit. This is catnip to me. I know that you're all insanely surprised by that. Oh, man. I've never felt older than when I heard Mega go full Gen Z. The benefits of being a Zillennial. I can switch it on and off. Oh, man. The MAST was from a random loot table? Right. Yeah, it is an ancient dragon, so it could be from one of his old hordes. I actually hadn't considered that, frankly. It could be from one of his old hordes. They talked about how Umbrasyl was still in like the process of transferring his horde, which does mean that there's a separate Umbrasyl horde just out there somewhere, which is kind of funny. Man, I want to know more about this. I know. It would be platinum like his god. Good point. That's a good point. It is your catnip. You need to play at my table. Everything means something. If anyone cares to look, that's yeah. That's how I like to world build. That's the type of shit I like to give. But man, oh man, I want to know what love is. I want you to show me. I need to know.
We'll just also leave some flowers and take a MAST with us.
Maybe. Is it possible? I mean, they've been working on this for a while. Is it possible to wiggle my way in and check out the MAST now? Or is it like...
Sure, make an investigation check.
22.
Yeah, you push past some of the night workers. They kind of, the shoulders don't give and you kind of have to squeeze through. And as you get there, a little bit of the MAST is available. The upper part is still locked in ice and the lower part is locked in ice. For how much they've carved through already, it's just a central portion of what you can see. It is... a wooden mask with these large, thick bands of gold around it that are ornamental. You can see within them carvings, designs, of language you don't really understand. Actually, what languages do you know?
Elvish, Common, Undercommon, Abyssal, and Draconic.
Okay, you do not recognize this language, but it appears to be ornamental. It appears to be that whatever ship this belonged to was a prized ship of either a navy or a merchant fleet. And based on some of the marks on it, it looks like it was actually grabbed and broken off of the ship. And looking down below, there is a portion of a ship that is beneath it as well, much deeper, like maybe another 25 feet of solid ice below you with the rest of this horde. There's a portion of the ship that was dragged here by Boreal.
That's crazy. It's a ship. I'm coming back out.
All right. Let's go back to the main group and tell them what we've discovered.
Yeah, we go back.
Yeah, you guys hustle your way up. As you're hustling your way up the ravine to the east, you pass by a number of Ravenites coming by with large sacks and chunks of dragon meat just kind of draped over them. And you can see it's interesting because the meat itself is freezing the air in the shoulders of those that are carrying it. Like this, the essence of the dragon's ice built form is causing them to constantly shift it because it's starting to stick to their armor, and see icicles made to form at the outside of these large dragon meat haunches that they're carrying.
When you dry age meat like that, salt it first and hang it. Just pro tip.
Tossed him it. Keeps walking, doesn't understand you.
Sinus problems.
Eventually, you guys make your way back to the Scanlan's magnificent mansion and gather the rest of the party. Percy, Kima, Keyleth, and Vax all there, resting and eagerly waiting your return.
I've got to try and fix my guns.
Yeah, make some tinkering checks.
Is this a misfire check or a tinkering check since I'm not in combat?
These are tinkering checks.
Okay, so it's a proficiency bonus dex roll. Okay. That's all right. Ooh, 28.
28. Okay, that's your animus.
Yep. That's fine.
All right. I believe bad news was also.
Yep.
I'm there.
26 is fine. You managed to get bad news functioning again.
Both are working
In the workshop below. And retort was okay, right?
Yeah, retort.
Okay. All right. So you all return and gather around.
Keyleth has laid out the Voragol spoils like she just got back from a yard sale.
Which, by the way, is kind of a macabre view as you walk in. As there's just like this smear of dark purple dragon blood and these long, kind of haphazardly carved chunks of dragon hide, almost like the preset green lawn. Long rectangles that can roll out, just kind of and smeared across the center of the foyer.
I dropped the bag of holding next to Keyleth. Just so you can...
Grog, can you help me, see how much we can shove in here?
Shit, yeah.
Kind of, here, maybe like a sleeping bag, and I'll kind of...
Oh, yeah, and you sit down.
Sit down.
Good deal.
Okay, we'll do that. Shove as much as we can.
When it's finally wound up, it won't fit within the bag of holding. The bag of holding is the size of like a relatively large satchel. The dragon hide rolled up is about that big around.
What do we do?
Man, Grog.
Can we make Percy like some dragonborn armor right now somehow so he can be all white all over?
Wow, that would be a thing, wouldn't it?
How much do you think that roll weighs? Ish.
I'll take about 150 pounds.
Oh, jeez.
Scanlan, do you have...
We can't carry that.
Do you have
I could drag it behind me for a little bit.
Do you have a room here?
Get all the way...
A room?
Oh, true. We just go through a tree.
We have to drag it through a tree.
We have everything here. Do you have a chilly room?
Sure. In the kitchen, there's a chilly room. The mansion, it will expire in like 12 hours, though.
That's true. We just gotta go through the trio. That's it.
That's it?
We can bring it into the kitchen
tree.
for now.
Can we get everything else into the bag of holding besides the roll of hide?
The teeth,
Well, the teeth, no things can be put into the bag of holding. The only thing needs to be preserved is the hide until it's treated.
And it's blood. What about the
I'll
blood?
just drag
Well,
it.
the blood's been capped. That should probably be put in there just for the
three vials of dragon blood in the
mark 3 vials of white dragon blood in
We
the
have
bag of holding.
6 talons.
Yeah, well, the talons themselves are just large claws that have been removed from the...
Okay, so we have 6 talons, 20 teeth, and 150 pounds of hide.
There you go.
Yeah.
Word.
We got so much bling over it.
So much.
We're like
Anything interesting?
stupid rich.
A lot of things that we don't know what they are.
What's that mask?
Excellent.
Yeah,
We
this
also
thing?
have
What is
tons of
that?
money.
And I take the mask and like Jim Carrey in the mask. I like stick it on.
Do you feel anything? What's it doing?
Okay, I need you to... No, I'm kidding. It is chilly against your skin.
I feel like it's making me fall in love with the first person I love, Max.
Oh. You don't want to fuck with this, are you sure?
No, you're right, I don't.
Maybe just a little bit.
I'll put it in the back of the thing.
Okay.
But we got this, and I'll hold up the big-ass platinum greatsword.
Can anyone identify things in our group?
Do I recognize the text on it, perhaps?
It's got scribbles.
Symbols.
I did
Celestial?
bring detect magic. These
Celestial, yes, you do.
It's got a lot of prunes on it.
He was a lonely child.
It's like Latin in the world.
It
I was a lonely child. Celestial.
is Latin D&D.
It's like covered with prunes up and down the blade.
Chris, it's a say.
calling him a prince.
Yeah.
Looking across the symbols, they are specifically symbols they speak of creation, they speak of devotion, they speak of the power of a deity's love, they speak of the unity between God and creation. It is a very, very religious and holy text across the blade, both sides.
Some sort of paladin sword. It's some holy weapon.
All right, it's a Kima vestige. I see. It'll be interesting if he also knows the language on the MAST. Because the sword could be from the same incident, you might say, as the MAST, or it could be totally separate. Actually, also... Okay, wait, one second. Looking across the symbols, it's some sort of paladin sword, a holy weapon of some kind. Giant platinum great sword found in Vorgie's loot. Boop. I have to imagine that this is also the language that Vex didn't know that's on the MAST. It is interesting that this is in platinum and the bands were in gold, but it is very, I would say, possible that how do I say it? That they would make a sword out of platinum, but not bands on a ship. I was totally throwing spaghetti at the wall there. I believe it. I believe it. That's half of my theorizing is throwing spaghetti at the wall. Which this is very the power of a deity's love, the unity between God and creation. This is very much comparing like the chaos gods to the betrayer gods to the. I guess we don't really have a name for the divine gods, at least at this point in the show. Yet that were part of the penance and the divergence and all that. But it seems like this was probably Bahamut. I think it seems relatively likely that we're working with a Bahamut ship situation here, especially given that High Bearer Vord and the Bahamut cult seems to have a very prominent place in Vasselheim. And if we want to get even more like potentially metaphorical, there is from what little D&D lore I know, from what I understand, chromatics and metallics do not get along. And we've already seen some of that in the history of this world with Vorugal, or not Vorugal, with Devosa and Thordak going at it. It could be a case. Ooh, now hear me out, right? Hear me the flip out. Okay. So we have an established beef. Between Thordak and Devosa. Takes place on Marquette. Approximately 400 years ago. Or so the stories say. Then we have Then we have Vorugal. Was Devosa platinum? I actually don't. No, he couldn't have been. What was Devosa? Was he silver? Not deities. NPCs. Apparent allies. Devosa. I guess I would have put it in Jamansa Ord, which I guess is in apparent neutral. Apparent neutral. Jamansa Ord. Jamon brought the set area together 400 years before. Oh, shit. I may not have taken notes. I haven't taken notes since Devosa was described. Or I haven't done a theory, like a note organization session. Devosa was copper or bronze. I definitely have it somewhere in my notes. I absolutely have it in my notes. There's no way I don't. Devosa, where are you? I will confirm. You're kind. Jamon is the desert jewel. Farmers only. What the fuck was I talking about? Small brass flute. Brass dragon. Control brass. Got it. Control F brass. I should have. Whatever. So, we have Thordak versus Devosa in Marquette. Red versus brass. We have Vorugal versus... we have Vorugal versus... versus I'm trying to think of how to like mark that it's uncertain. Versus possibly not Vordian, I guess. Bahamutian. What would you call the cult that's worshiping Bahamut? Bahamutian. Forces given the sword and mast in his given the sword and mast in his horde. The cult of Kima, yeah. Given the sword and mast in his horde, and that Vorg is originally from northern Isilra. I don't think I spelled Isilra right, but I'll fix it in post. Okay. Wait a minute. That would also be white versus platinum and or gold. No, it wouldn't be gold. It wouldn't be gold. No, it would be gold. And then we have Raishan versus both. Why do you consider... Oh, sorry. I mean Bahamut. I mean the cult of Bahamut in the like strict historical sense. Like, I assume that like Highbearer Vord like believes in Cord. Like Cord literally exists in probably his belief set. But it seems like he specifically worships Bahamut. So a cult in that sense. Where it's like a specific sect of worship within a larger pantheon. I think I'm using that historically accurately. I could be misusing it, potentially. Let me know if I am. Anyways, Raishan versus both the ancient Malorans, according to her, and the Fire Pyra, both nature. right? Seems like, I mean, I'll take a quick guess, given that the party hasn't heard about it, and say that that the Maloran beef happened in Wildmount. Grimscythe versus the ancient Malorans. And it seems like Brim Scythe versus well, I don't know who versus. Brimscythe versus question mark? Maybe the Devils? Maybe the Devils? I'm trying to smooth out a pattern like I'm sculpting clay. Right? Because Brimscythe was very interested in the Clasp and the Devils and all of that bullshit. Ha ha ha. I just had a bit of a brain blast. I mean, this is just coming out of nowhere, and it's the bullshit of too many shapeshifters. But is it actually too many shapeshifters? It's the Rakshasa, and it's dragons. It's the Rakshasa, it's dragons, and it's Garmelie. Those are the three, and the Devils. Like, on one side, it does track Ripley. Ripley was illusion magic. That doesn't count. Ripley, or on one side of things, it makes sense that Garmelie could just be as simple as he appears. I've kind of, in the back of my mind, been assuming that Garmelie is just an archfey. Like, I've kind of been assuming it's that simple. You know? He gives real Loki energy. I didn't think it was maybe more complicated than that. It is possible, theoretically, that he's a dragon. It is possible that Garm is a dragon. Garm, dragon? Question mark? I had been assuming archfey, but maybe dragon. There are fey dragons. I don't think they scale in the same way as like chromatic or metallic, though. I think they exist, but they're like pretty low CR, right? And Garm seemed pretty high CR, but I'm not entirely sure. What's up?
You don't think the dragon scales?
I don't think the mic heard you.
I said, you don't think the dragon scales?
Are you leaving yet? Yeah, 20 minutes. All right. God damn it. Ah. Oh my goodness. Also, I have a bot coming right then. Oh, hi, dog. Ay, 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 ay. Oh my god. So Paige was the funny one in a marriage? I would not have... Oh, she says yes. I was about to say I wouldn't have married someone that wasn't funnier than me. That was high on my priority list. Could be a chaotic good metallic dragon that is in the Fae. Right. 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 Brimscythe versus maybe the Devils. He's originally from seemingly the mountains that contain Craghammer. He could have originally been versus Orcus. Or whatever temple, or whatever temple slash Zig Kavarn moved into versus Orcus or whatever, or the deity of whatever temple slash Zig Kavarn moved into. Like a copper dragon? Interesting. Coppers are described as tricksters. Interesting. I'm still kind of confused on what this theory is. I'm not entirely sure on what the theory is yet. I am currently going through the process of pattern matching, and maybe we'll find a theory somewhere in the mess. Maybe it'll just, like, appear to us, right? It's... Okay, so then what would Umbra still have been? It is tough because there are only 5... There are 5 Chroma Conclave, not 4. If there were 4 Chroma Conclave, I would work it into the 4 Remember. Right. If there were 4 Chroma Conclave, I would work it into the 4 Remember and work that into Naturally Opposed. I would say Vorugal is the natural opposition of Osisa. Thordak is the natural opposition of Devosa. And then probably Brimscythe is the natural opposition of Kamalja Ori. They're even both, from the Snowy Mountains. But then Raishan and we don't know enough about Umbrasyl. Other than that, he was in the process of transferring his horde to Gat Shadow. It's really the only thing that is indicative of where he was before. And then Raishan, we know, has fucked with the Pyra and has fucked with a Temple of Melora. Which would put Vorugal and Brimscythe in opposition both to Ioun, but would put Vorugal in opposition to a dragon and would put Raishan in opposition to Melora. And who knows who the fuck Umbrasyl is against. You change the theory to be the Ancient Dragons. That is true. Because Brimscythe was almost certainly not an ancient dragon. Almost certainly. Because they took him during the pre-stream. They were like level 8. They were level 8 when they got to Craghammer. So it's and that is something that I have always thought would be addressed, and you are now reminding me never has been. It was an open question for a while of, was Brimscythe actually part of the Chroma Conclave? Because he seemed to be an adult at best. Definitely not an ancient. So it could be ancients only, which puts Thordak Marquette, Vorugal Asilra, Umbrasyl Kavarn / Orcus? I think it's been said that Brim was an adult dragon. I've been watching out for it, but I also might have lost my attentiveness. But he seems like he was an adult dragon. My assumption this whole time has either been that he was an adult dragon or that Matt would have had to insanely nerf him. Because there's almost no way that a group of level 8s or below could take on an ancient dragon. There's just no way. So I really don't think... I think he had to have been an adult. So... I think we could narrow it. So then it would be possibly Umbrasyl. Umbrasyl versus question mark. He could have originally been versus Orcus or the deity. Because in this pattern matching, Raishan would be from Wildmount, which, I mean, the name gives me big nature vibes. And the fact that none of them have heard of this Temple of Melora disaster feels like it probably would have been on a different continent. Especially if Keyleth hasn't heard of it. And it feels like potentially a natural place and a natural way to pit Keyleth even more against Raishan. If Keyleth someday discovers that her mother was one of the, say, roving peons. I don't think her mother would have been the Archdruid. Because she was on her Aramente. She was coming back to the Zephyra the whole time. But she could have been one of the visitors to that temple and thereby gotten caught up in the Raishan slaughter. Especially if the Temple to Melora was near the Aqua, I don't know what the fuck, the Water Ashari are going to be called, or the Earth Ashari. I know that she did the Earth Ashari pre-stream, but I don't think we've gotten confirmation on where the Earth Ashari were. And if we have, I don't think I wrote it down, and I don't remember it, so don't tell me. So that could possibly be Umbrasyl. The stream is now defended on analysis paralysis. Hush! Hush. Shut the fuck up. I feel like I'm scratching at something. Timeline doesn't match up for Raishan to have interacted. That's true. That is true. We talked about that during the theory stream, that the timeline doesn't match up for Keyleth's mom to have interacted with Raishan. That's fair. Still. It seems as though, because we've been drawing this divine gods versus betrayer gods. The soul gems are the tools of the, or not soul gems. The soul gems. Is it soul gems? Soul gems? Soul anchor. Heartstones. We've been drawing this And actually, that could explain. Okay, wait. I'm scrabbling at the surface. I feel like I'm getting somewhere. I feel like there's something that I'm unearthing here. Osisa uses the Heartstone. I wondered if that could potentially put her, and maybe Ioun as well, on the side, or at least using the tools of the Betrayer Gods. And to an extent, we don't know if Thordak was an ancient dragon or not when he fought Devosa in Marquette, but he was probably at least an adult. And that was 400 years ago. And the penance, I believe, was round about 800. Maybe a little bit more. And even if dragons don't have a linear time scale, even if they have like, you know, an exponential or linear, whichever, in terms of like them progressing through their stages of life, it's probably reasonable to assume that Thordak was around. Probably just as a wormling. Back in the division days. Not division. Not derision. Fucking in the days, the divergence days. I think it is reasonable to assume, and that might explain. Okay, wait. That might explain. Yeah. Based on Thordak, and thus likely Vorugal and not Devosa, Raishan's ancient status, they were probably around in the days of the divergence. Maybe only as wormlings, but still around. Given Bahamut's apparent status as a good god, that would naturally put the dragons on the side of the Betrayer Gods. And the Metallics on the side of the good gods. If we draw out where we have seen potential Betrayer God influence, specifically with the Heartstones, we see it in Thordak and with Osisa. Slash Ioun. Ioun's temple is also the one that has been corrupted in Whitestone. This corruption doesn't seem to be something that just happens. RQ Temple in Marrowglade Lock was not corrupted just through disuse. Just making sure I don't have to go. Would this and or Pelor's exiting from, or Pelor's distancing, let's say, distancing from Whitestone and the Sun Tree be due to Ioun being a little tainted? She's willing to use the enemy's knowledge against them. And her whole spreading knowledge bit sounds like one of the accusations leveled at the betrayer gods in Vordian theology. If it also seems possible, although a bit of a stretch, that beholders or beholder like entities are naturally drawn to the godly temples, but that doesn't see RQ Temple and Zig under Craghammer. But that doesn't explain how the horn got there in the first place, or the primordial, the seemingly primordial breaches that were breach. I don't remember if it was more than one breach as that were present in the lake around Yug Voril. How did Kavarn get there? Well, actually, we don't have to explain how Kavarn get there. If we assume that beholder-like entities are drawn to temples, which we only have 2 points of data to support that, but we haven't seen that many temples yet. Present in the lake around Young Varil. But we don't know how those or the Horn of Orcus got there, nor how nor how the portals opened. We've already seen one dragon open a primordial breach. It's the only dragon we've ever seen, or it's the only breach. Actually, no, that's not even true. That's not even true. We've already seen 2 dragons open primordial breaches. The only, the only primordial breaches we've seen, let me put it this way, temporarily opened were the breaches at the Pyra by Raishan and in what was it? Not Winter's Crest in Westrun. Winter's Crest in where events? Winter's Crest in Westrun. It was Winter's Quest by Rashawn, Pyro by Rashawn, and in Westrun by Sky Sunder. The only other breach we've seen is the stable breach that the Pyra guard. So it could be theorized that the dragons have some special ability to open breaches. Did they? How does Allura? And I know that this is going a while, but I feel something. I feel something at the edges of my awareness. How does Allura describe them trapping Vorugal? Does she say that they opened the portal to the fire plane? Or does she just say that they trapped him there? Leaving it vague as to who opened it between him and them. Allura and Drake attempted to hunt it down. Was sealed in the elemental plane by the Arcana Panasophical. Sealed in. Goodbye, have fun. Knock him dead. Sealed in. Which does not mean that they opened the portal. That could easily have been Thordak opening the portal to the fire plane, because they say you gotta go to the fire plane to bind the fucking Heartstone, and then they trap him there. Guys have some special ability to open primordial breaches. Connecting them even more strongly to the First and Second War times. So going back to their enemies, Thordak versus Devosa, Vorugal versus Bahamutian, and then potentially Vorg plus Ioun. Raishan versus Melora. Sean versus Melora and Nature. Umbrasil, not versus Orcus. Umbrasil versus the Mind Flayers? Umbrasil versus the Mind Flayers? He could have originally been working with Orcus. And supplied the horn to Kavarn, and was the one that opened the breach in Yug. And there's a bit of a connection there from Brimscythe Brimscythe versus the Devils, or potentially with the Devils. Brimscythe versus secular society? Like a religious? Oh man, we're gonna have a break in the middle and I have to pee. Okay, we're gonna take a break in a minute. Brimscythe versus non-religious society was possibly interested in the Devils because dragons need to align with one of the betrayer gods in order to open breaches? I don't know. And maybe Thord plus Vec? And then Raishan What up? I gotta go fast. I can't go for very long. I have one last thought that I had in the bathroom. Based on Brimscythe. That is not how you spell that. Whatever. It seems that Brim was able to establish an almost what would you call it? Siphon like connection between Krieg's house and his lair in the mountains. I wonder if this connection ability is a natural phenomena for dragons, but connecting to different planes is a more ancient and or warlock esque tech. I just wish we knew more about Umbrasyl. I feel like if we knew more about Umbrasyl, I'd be able to make something happen here. But he just raises so many question marks because of how little we know about him that I can't know if I'm actually drawing a consistent parallel across the entire Chroma Conclave, or if Umbrasyl would totally break my pattern and invalidate everything that I'm looking at. I can't tell. I'll tell you one thing. All of this, everything, all of my theories for the past, 3 streams have made me more and more and more suspicious of Ioun. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And I theorize maybe Raishan plus some pestilence deity. And then Umbrasyl plus Orcus. But versus the Mind Flayers feels so weird. Where was Umbrasyl? Ah. Yeah. Because I remember Krieg a la Brimscythe being very interested in the Clasp and the Devils and everything going on there. But it never said, explicitly worried, just interested. Which to me implies a level of non-hostile curiosity. Which draws me even more towards this chromatic dragons connected to the Betrayer Gods. And or Primordials at general. But the Betrayer Gods regretted what they did to the Primordials, so they already have that link. You're not seeing Tlavum is killer here because it does have a detail to add to this theory, but it's like a massive change and thus a spoiler. And this is why I haven't watched Tlavum, is because just from a storytelling sensibility, it makes sense for the plot lines. I'm sure that Matt had tons of plot lines that the players could have gone down that just got dropped. And so it makes a ton of sense to de-emphasize those and to put even more foreshadowing into the plot lines that the players did end up going down. So I am expecting in Tlavum for there to be at least a bit more foreshadowing of the Chroma Conclave. I'm expecting a bit more weight on that than we actually got in the actual game, just because it has the benefit of hindsight into what the players actually ended up doing and how things ended up going down. But that's also why I can't watch it, because it would be a very short way to gather a bunch of potentially plot critical information, which could, in one way be kind of interesting, but I'd rather go the more purist route, I think. This theory involves Raishan, so it might be off. That's fair. Oh no! I'm getting a call. 1 second. They were supposed to call me when they were on the way. They were supposed, not even call me, they were supposed to text me. They were supposed to text me when they were on the way. They did not text me. Guy's here. Guy's he was like, I'm walking up to the door. And I was like, fuck, let me wrap up work really quick. Shit. In some ways, I regret theorizing for the past hours and change. But in other ways, that's me, baby. That's me. And we got nearly, I would say, actually, it seems like nearly almost directly halfway through. I'm real worried that we were about to get to a part that would have really affected my theory. But I guess we'll save that for Sunday. Shit. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. I did warn this was gonna be a weird one, and it was. Sorry about the abrupt ending, is what it is. I appreciate you all hanging in there with me and following along for my crazy, kooky adventures. And I hope you enjoyed. And I will see you all at least on Sunday, maybe earlier, depends, but probably by Sunday. Goodbye.